Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Director Coffey, are you still having problems seeing everyone?
No, I can see everyone now.
Okay, thanks.
I am not.
Bruce, if you could stop your video until we call you for public comment, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, right. Colin, while we're waiting, I hope you're going to present your grandchild at some point today.
He just can't do it. I got it.
She's sleeping peacefully. We should be thankful.
We'll save a spot for her in public comment if you want.
Okay. Will do. Thank you, President Waspy.
So I guess you all have your, anybody have any humorous anecdotes they'd like to share? Or if not, I'll, okay, I prefer not to. If she's in the parking lot, right? This is a big one. It's her first, and I'd really like her to be part of this. But I don't know. I beg your pardon? Oh yeah, John, your vacation? You want to talk about it or? We're sort of joking. We don't want to put you on the spot, but go ahead.
Yeah.
So, and then, all you folks that have worked exceptionally hard on your presentations, and they're now cut down to about 6 slides. So pick 2 you want to throw over your shoulder. And I'm sort of joking here, but oh, that's right. Yeah. That's our priority.
We are streaming, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
We are streaming. We can't stop that. So.
Oh yeah, we are streaming. And you know what? I'm going to go with the preambles because there's a lot of preambles here. So I would like to welcome you all to the priority setting study session, part 1 of the Board of Directors of the East Bay Regional Park District. It is June 13th and we're beginning at 10:16. So once again, welcome all. I'm going to do the preamble. We won't do the roll call till we get a full slate here. Today's meeting is held pursuant to the Brown Act. This meeting is held in priority setting study session format to encourage board member comment and however, per the requirements of the Brown Act, no formal actions will be taken at this session. Therefore, any items requiring formal board action will be referred to the future Board of Directors meetings for consideration. We are providing live audio and video streaming. Members of the public are welcome to participate. If you have a public comment, you can do it a number of ways. One via live Zoom. The link is posted on the website by submitting an email at publiccomments@ebparks.org, or you can come in person to our administration building or by leaving a voicemail. This information is noted on the agenda. And then the one big thing is I need to note that this meeting is being conducted by video teleconference at the following additional location: 140 Red Cloud Road, Fort Novasol, Alabama, from which location Director Colin Coffey will be participating. This video teleconference location is open to the public, and any member of the public has an opportunity to address the Board of Directors from the video teleconference location in the same manner as if that person attends our regular meeting. So we've notified the local Chamber of Commerce at Fort Novasol. So call and expect about 40 or 50 people that are really interested in our work here at the Regional Park District.
They're beating a path here as we speak.
Excellent. Excellent. Is there anyone, we saw Olivia's car in the parking lot? No. Okay, well, let's start. We'll start with a roll call.
She's on the phone. She's on the phone, but we can't call her because she needs to be physically in here pursuant to AB 2449. So
would anybody mind calling her and asking her what her location is at this point?
Olivia, where are you?
Oh, that call.
Okay, she hung up, which means she must be here.
Okay, let's continue with some formalities. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, President Waspy, we do. I believe we have 4. 1, 2, if you could raise your hands in the Zoom room, 3 participants, 4. There we go.
Let's start with those. Let's start with the folks with their hands up. Good morning.
Can we do this without calling the roll?
All right, Madam Clerk, let's move back and call the roll.
Okay. Okay. Director Rosario. Here. Director Eccles.
Present.
Director Corbett.
Here.
Director Mercurio.
Here.
Director Coffey.
Present.
Director Sanwong.
Here.
And President Waspy.
Here.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move to public comments and your choice, who you choose.
Thank you. Bruce sent me an email, so we'll start with Bruce Bayer. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I'm going to start
let me.
my video is turned off.
There we go.
Okay.
You can start it now.
Okay. Behind me, you'll see a view of Miller Knox Regional Park and that lovely mile-long western shoreline. On the ground, it's not so pretty. It's derelict and littered with railroad tracks. So TRAC would like to request Trails for Richmond Action Committee that you include as a priority completing a multi-use trail along the shoreline, a section of the Bay Trail between Ferry Point and Keller Beach. This was a flagship project promised by Measure CC, a line item, in 2004. In 2019, the Miller Knox Land Use Plan Amendment included a recommendation to, quotes, remove the abandoned railroad tracks within district jurisdiction and deliver a section of the San Francisco Bay Trail between Keller Beach and Ferry Point. Also in 2019, the Superior Court threw out BNSF's claims that they had residual rights to run trains on this land acquired by the Park District. Last year, a settlement agreement was executed between the Park District and BNSF, giving the district full access in perpetuity to build and operate a trail on this shoreline. It requires approval by the Surface Transportation Board, but that should be pro forma with support by the district and BNSF, especially with Congressman DeSaulnier and Garamendi as members of the STB. Therefore, TRAC requests, we hope fondly, that you will agree to attach high priority to completing the Bay Trail along the shoreline of Miller Knox between Ferry Point and Keller Beach. Thank you very much. If you have any questions about the situation, I'm glad to try to answer them.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Any questions? Comments? Thank you very, very much. Duly noted.
Thank you. Our next speaker, William Marigi. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. William Uregi, Mission View Conservancy. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to miss the lunch. I feel sorrowful about that, but next time perhaps I'll be there in person. A few comments. In working with the city of Fremont, to identify opportunities for additional parking at Coyote Hills, Vargas Plateau, Mission Peak. They come back and tell us with a resounding no that there is no need for additional parking at those parks. Vargas Plateau has 25 spots in the upper staging area. There is no parking outside the park other than on a county road, Morrison Canyon. Coyote Hills has a deficit of parking. That's the second most closed park in the system. They get somewhere between 600 and 800,000 people a year. The parking inside the park is paid for. Therefore, there is no free parking. Free parking is outside the park on city land. City refuses to allow additional parking. So people that want to enter the park early, park outside the park, walk in. We've asked the city to open up the parking outside. They say, well, the park district doesn't need it. So for a park that is closed the second most of any in the system, it's a problem. For a park that has paid parking only inside, it's a problem for families that don't have access to money, to $5 for tickets. So we need to find a way to take care of families. We need to take care of students, people that don't have access to resources. The park district derived over $21 million from dumping dirt in that park. Maybe we could set aside some of those funds for passes for families that don't have access to $30 or the $50 required for a parking pass. Vargas Plateau, back to that, the city is stating that the park district has not requested additional parking inside or outside the park. The request is that the park district actually provide parking with the city of Fremont so that people can access the park at the lower levels of the park. This is just, we need to provide parking. We do not want more Mission Peaks in Fremont. It's horrendous, the amount of animosity and conflict that has been created in that park. We need to stop that. Finally, I have a little bit more time. I hiked Mission Peak yesterday morning or the day before yesterday, excuse me. The thistle alongside the trail is over 7 feet high in places. This is an issue of rattlesnakes hiding in the tall grass next to the trail. And we've had 2 rattlesnake bites in that park in the last 6 weeks. This is just an issue of management, trail management. We need the thistle cut and the grass is cut next to the trail so that rattlesnakes don't bite, visitors. It's very simple. It's a very simple remedy. We bring a weed whacker or a towed vehicle through and cut the grass, and it's done. It only takes one time, but you're preventing somebody from getting bit, and that's a serious situation. So please, if there's any pressure that you can put on park management, please do so. Appreciate your time, and again, sorry for missing lunch. Take care.
Thank you, William.
Norm LaForce, you have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'll be going shortly to a meeting on vegetation management at Miller Knox with Park District staff. So I'll keep my comments very short. This relates to the policy section and the section in there about priorities concerning the Wildcat Flow Trail. It's disturbing that this is considered to be apparently a priority when there's been really no action by the park board of directors on this proposed trail. We did a Public Records Act request for any documentation showing any agendized meeting of the park board or committee about this proposed trail. The only documents we received were related to the December 2nd, 2022 study session. And as you well know from the previous admonition, board action cannot be taken at a study session. That's the only time this matter was agendized by the board. And there's been no action by the board on this matter, making it either a priority or even considering it. And it should not be made a priority. And that's my comments for today. Thank you.
Norman.
Kelly, you did have your hand up and now it's gone. Were you interested in speaking?
Oh, all right. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
When it comes to the parking at Coyote Hills, for example, this city, a lot of this, the illegal parking that's happening every weekend, is happening where people park in a no stopping zone. And 20 cars are parked there or whatever, a lot of cars. The city closes its eyes to that, and so does the Park District. And then the city says, well, we haven't heard from the Park District. One of the reasons they don't hear from the Park District is because they don't bother to schedule these liaison meetings with the Park District. So if you don't schedule meetings with the liaison with the Park District, then you won't communicate. It's part of the design, the political design of the city of Fremont. The same with Mission Peak. Mission Peak has one of the worst toilet situations of any major park that's very crowded and very heavily used, and with lousy toilets. And these toilets were so bad that in 2015, the assistant general manager of this park district said that they were temporary toilets that he's putting in. These were porta potties, and they're still there. That was 2015, and we're in 2023 now. That's, you do the math. Those toilets are inadequate, need to be upgraded. We've had toilet upgrades all over the place, all over this district, except where the toilets are really needed. And likewise, another thing that's happening here is this, where this district seems to be getting water for free at Quarry Lakes out of a river called the Alameda Creek, and using that water for recreational purposes, which is fine, which is great. And you're also, by the way, why is it free? Because that water is being used to recharge an underground aquifer. Now, at Shadow Cliffs in the city of Pleasanton, this district had to go and pay a lot of money for water rights, and then pay somebody else a lot of money for pumps and pipes and things and labor to transport the water, as if that was something that was worth paying for. Of course, it's worth paying for, but the issue is that this district should not be wasting its own money on water when it's being used to recharge the aquifer over there in the city of Pleasanton on behalf of Zone 7. And Zone 7 taking your money is an embarrassment to Zone 7 and an embarrassment to your accountants. You should go back and ask for your money back and get free water, just like you do here in Fremont. That's how it should be. And finally, I think a lot of the labor difficulties here, I sense a deep disgruntlement on the part of labor.
Your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We have no more public comments in the Zoom room. Do we have any public comments in the physical room? No.
Hearing none. We've completed public comments. We'll now move to the regular board meeting or the study session. And I'll introduce our general manager, Sabrina Landreth.
Great. Thank you, everybody. This is a study session, even though we're kind of in a little bit of a formal environment here, but it is meant to be interactive. Although this one is a little bit different from the ones that we had earlier this spring, where you're going to hear from each of the division heads, your AGMs, who will give their version of a presentation of kind of the state of their division. This is similar to what we did last year, and the board appreciated it. So it is back and tweaked a little bit this year so that you can hear from your AGMs. I will also direct your attention to the packet, which is an update on the board member interests from last year. So just to kind of give you a little bit of a reminder, the sequence of events. So we have this presentation today where you're going to hear directly from your AGMs on some of their challenges and some of their priorities. Next month, we will come back here and the board will have the opportunity for us to hear from you on your interests and your priorities for 2024 in advance of the budget. We will take note of those and bring you some analysis of those interests in September, again, in advance of the budget. And then we will come back next June with an update on all of those items. And that's what you're seeing here in the packet. So these really aren't meant for discussion per se today. we wanted to make sure that you had these so that you are prepared for July to go ahead and ask follow-up questions of us and so that you have updates in advance of coming back with your interest for 2024. So staff took a lot of time to try to provide timelines to the best of their ability. I know that there's some in here that where it just gives kind of in progress, and certainly offline, happy to talk to anybody that that wants to about any of these projects. But I think I'm just my editorial on this is you can see a tremendous amount of work that has gone on in over the course of the last year that is in direct alignment with what the board's interests were last year. So really, really proud of this entire team and what they've accomplished. So with that, we are going to kick off with, let me just state on the record the order for today. So we're going to have start off with the general manager's office, and the two deputies are going to cover that. We then up next, we'll have public affairs, then public safety, ASD, finance and management, HR, and then we will round it up with no small presentation from operations. So that will make everybody stay awake until the end. So with that, I think I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. Good morning, everyone. Director WASPI, board members, Deputy General Manager, Dr. Ana Alvarez. I'll be representing the General Manager's Office, which is a mighty and small division of 16 team members that lead the Park District's policy and legislative matters through government and legislative affairs, that coordinate the Board of Directors' public meetings to conduct the public's business through the clerk of the board, that strives to center equity through an Office of Equity, and continue to extend strategic leadership and support to all of the divisions across the organization through the administration team. Together, we're reimagining a system to best manage communication flows, leaning to best practices in addressing priorities, and swiftly bring key projects across the organization to fruition. We have been very busy creating a flurry of projects and initiatives that can be best summarized in three large buckets: amplifying impact, expanding capacity, and extending support through organizational leadership transitions. Advancing strategic goals in these areas is done by always centering the stewardship of the Park District's people, our partnerships, and the stewards of our public land, and the stewardship of our public lands and the public that we serve. The General Manager's Office work is always conducted within a framework of the Park District's values and through cross-departmental cooperation and collaboration as the rule and not the exception. Clear outcomes include 4 important reorganizations with the creation of an HR division, the standalone HR division, and the integration of the risk department that correctly elevates these critical functions in support of the people behind the mission of the East Bay Regional Park District, the Park District's employees. Also, the restructuring of the General Manager's division to create organizational capacity at a time that we continue to grow. And most importantly, striving to create the first ever Office of Equity, which is absolutely necessary to continue to build on the beautiful legacy of this organization, a legacy that is relevant today and speaks not only of the past, but ensures its future. As we look at what has been accomplished, it is important to note that the General Manager's Office was not fully staffed. We were approximately 40% of our team. Approximately 40% of our team was not in place at the first part of the year. In the last 2 months, we slashed that number in half with the most recent arrival of 3 new team members: Ashley Grainer, Acting Legislative Assistant, and Elizabeth Tucker and Stacy Monroe providing support as executive assistants. But we're still down 3 positions, so capacity and staffing levels continue to be our challenge. We're currently conducting recruitments for 2 key positions: assistant to the general manager and the equity officer. And hopefully soon we will be opening recruitment to fill our last vacancy of a management analyst position. While we're running on 80% capacity, our commitment does not waver, but rather it becomes truly palpable. You can feel it and you can see it here on the slide that outlines some of our accomplishments. The General Manager's Office team is well on target to accomplish the key performance goals set for this year such as increasing organizational capacity to accelerate climate-smart fuel vegetation management, the development of 5 new policies, and the launching of meaningful employee engagement initiatives district-wide, like the Employee Appreciation Committee, who has hosted several tremendously successful events, just to name a few. So far, we have completed 60% of our targeted goals and delivered on additional items as necessary to amplify our impact, such as the development of an equity impact assessment framework for public services led by our general manager, and crystallizing the Parks Advisory Committee role as our main gatekeeper for community perspectives to inform policy decisions by the board of directors. In the next 6 months, we will be focusing on these 5 objectives that you see on the screen, and I would like to highlight the top 2 objectives, which will shepherd a significant shift on how the Park District conducts its work and delivers on its mission. Of primary importance is the establishment of the Office of Equity to build the necessary infrastructure for meaningful organizational culture change to advance racial equity in mission delivery, increase workforce diversity, and build a sense of belonging at the workplace and also on our public lands. It is our goal to complete a large body of work championed by the General Manager's Office for process improvements across the organization to enhance efficiency and transparency, specifically in 4 key areas that you see here: agenda planning, streamlining of public meetings, the contracting processes, and the board's master calendar. We will take a brief moment to highlight 2 of our successes this year that speak to the role of the General Manager's Office in amplifying impact in mission delivery by expanding recreational trail access and by expanding and continue to build on our partnerships at the local, state, and federal level. At this moment, I would like to invite Jim to come and share the success for 2023 and on expanding trail access.
All right. Good morning, President Waspi, members of the board. Jim O'Connor, Deputy General Manager. Let's see. There it is. Okay. I'm not sure what the caterpillar has to do with trails, other than you might run into one. Yeah, you might. Anyway, I wanted to just hit some highlights that we're working on is in this area of trail work. What we're looking at is 1, expanding recreational trail access, improving the user experience, and then reducing potential conflicts between users. And so what are we doing in those areas to try and work on those aspects of trails? So 1 is we launched the Briones pilot project, which is a 2-year pilot project, which is experimenting with different trail management strategies to reduce conflict between users and expand recreational access chronologically. We're working on a potential flow trail at Wildcat Canyon Park, which would be a bike-specific trail, and we're in the we're looking at the potential of that right now. We haven't moved into any advanced stages of that, and we're still working on the potential bike skills park at Oyster Bay Park. I think that's pretty exciting and different thing for the Park District, so that's in process. The other area that we've been asked to look at is expanding access through expanding access by electric bicycle use in parks. And we did draft a potential policy for the board to consider at a future date. So that's moving summer. So last spring, we had a conversation with the board about trails. One of the things that came out of that conversation was a recommendation for staff to do a management strategic plan looking specifically at trails. And this goes back to the things we just talked about: expanding recreational access, how we manage trails, how we maintain trails. And so we're in the process. In fact, tomorrow we have an all-day workshop with staff that we're going to look at this very issue. Out of that will come a multi-year plan that we'll share with the board when you have your trail study session in the fall. So that's in process, and I'm really looking forward to that. We're going to look at three main areas. We're going to look at trail development, which is both planning and construction. We're going to look at trail maintenance, how we maintain our trails. And then the last area is how we manage trails, including enforcement of trail rules district-wide. So we're going to take a deep dive into that tomorrow, and then we'll bring some ideas back to you in the fall to take a look at that and see where we want to go in the future. So that's what I have to say about trails, and I'll pass it back to Dr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Jim. In the next 6 months, we'll be focusing on these 5 objectives. Oh, no, I'm sorry. So let me go back and just do a key highlight of our success in 2023. And that really goes to the entire government and legislative affairs team. As you can see here, they have done a tremendous amount of work to expand on our partnerships and to be able to leverage additional resources and be able to continue to be relevant in statewide initiatives. Of key highlights is the 2 in-person advocacy conferences after coming back from a pandemic for direct engagement between the board directors, our general manager, and the Park District state and federal delegation. And also, we had a tremendously successful site visit at Hayward Regional Shoreline to convene a very critical conversation about the key advocacy goals for sea level rise or bay water rise in what we call the point zero, which is Hayward Shoreline. And also, we have advanced successfully $8.9 million in 3 direct budget requests at the state and federal level, and we are very hopeful and anticipate a good news in September on the tune of $8.9 million. The key priorities for 2024 in the next 6 months fall into 5 key objectives, as you see on the screen. And I would like to highlight the top 2 objectives, which will shepherd a significant shift on how the Park District conducts its work and delivers on its mission. Of primary importance is the establishment of the Office of Equity once we have the equity officer aboard to build the necessary infrastructure for meaningful organizational cultural change. And also, it is our goal to complete a large body of work championed by the General Manager's Office for process improvements to enhance efficiency and transparency in very specific key areas. You also see that we will continue to strategically engage the Parks Advisory Committee so that we can actually have that community role of bringing those perspectives and continue on our advocacy and state resources. And also, most importantly, we will be focusing on delivering a pathway to lean into the best available science to tap into the technical knowledge and subject matter expertise to advise the East Regional Park District Board of Directors on policy decisions related to climate mitigation and resiliency. And one of the first items for the equity officer is to conduct an organizational equity needs assessment to inform the development of a strategic plan and maintain progress in that area. If you have any questions, we do have the entire team here, most of the team here that are available to answer any comments or questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions, comments from board members? Member Corbett.
This is just an informational question. The staff visit in Hayward that you were referring to, was that the one where we invited local elected official staff?
That's correct.
Okay, could you just tell us a little bit more about that? Everybody didn't have a chance to go to that.
It was a tremendously successful, but what I'm going to do, because I was not there present, I would like to invite the Chief of Government Affairs to speak on that beautiful moment.
And which board members were there?
Beg your pardon?
Which board
Yeah.
members attended?
Yeah, we had 3 or 4 of them there.
Yeah.
Eric Feeler, Chief of Government and Legislative Affairs. The Hayward Shoreline site visit was inspired by President WASPy, wanting folks on legislative staff to see king tide events, to better understand the need for more resilience and nature-based solutions to shoreline protection, and also the need for partnerships because it's very expensive to maintain the shoreline to act as a buffer for property inland. So we had probably about 60 folks show up. fair number of staff as well, in addition to members of the board. By all accounts, it was a very successful and informative event, and we're continuing to do site visits with elected staff to other aspects of the Park District throughout the year. I think the next one is wildfire resilience, actually.
And the staff that you're referring to, it was members of Congress, legislator.
The staff were primarily from state elected offices, but we did have representatives from the city of Hayward area Recreation and Park District, and then also the governor's office actually sent a couple of folks.
And you had some U.S. folks too from Congress as well. U.S. Senate and
Yes.
yeah.
You wanna-
I think that I just want to say I appreciate the fact that you also invited board members to go to get an idea what was in the mind of informing those staffers about the importance of this, because obviously we need their help and service that they can provide to be successful. So thank you.
Thank you. If there are no further comments on that, we will move to you completed the presentation.
Yes,
Thank you so
thank
much. I guess we'll move to public affairs. Welcome, Susan.
Good morning, President Waspie, directors, and General Manager Landreth. Very pleased to be here. I am your Assistant General Manager of Public Affairs, Susan Shu. Very pleased to represent my team today and to have your time. Can I get some help bringing up the slide? Thanks. Support. I know that in your packets, you had received information about some of our achievements for the board interests, certainly including the priority of the Park District's close alignment and relationship with the Regional Parks Foundation and the hiring a new executive director who will be starting tomorrow. I'll touch on that in a little bit. I'm very excited. My team is excited. And certainly distributing park access information, the universal access piece is very key to both the foundation and the Park District. Updating, translating district signage, again, accessibility, enhancing internal communications through newsletter, our employee newsletter kicked off, and also covering our parklands with our Native American interpretation heritage acknowledgements. I just really want to touch on those board requests from the previous year. Again, you know who I am. Let me go to the next slide. My goal is to have 6 slides. So if you don't count the cover page and the repeat of the cover page, I did hit 6. Public affairs accomplishments and progress so far in 2023. If you consider the team for public information, community engagement, archives, and the creative design group, we are currently at 19 staff members, including myself, to serve, promote, and oversee district-wide communications. Certainly, we work with every single division here. We work with other partners and really support the GM and all of you. Our agency-wide communications are certainly in this current year so far, major efforts like the Briones Pilot Project, community engagement work, our external communications. We have a monthly e-newsletter that goes out to over 55,000 subscribers. The regional in nature, RIN, took me a while to figure out what that acronym was in my early months. The regional in nature bi-monthly print and digital editions. It is out digitally. It will be hitting homes and distribution points in the coming days. And also, we've just started a new Park Happenings monthly news release that went out for the month of June. And that's also been pushed out on social media. Certainly website updates, really key. I recognize that the website was redesigned not too long ago, really within about 1.5 years or so. But as with all websites, it's always continuous improvement. There is no perfect. Was it better than the previous one? One hopes so. And will it be better in the future? Yes, absolutely, because it is continuous. So real-time ongoing updates from the January storm to status on all parks and trails, to district-wide programs, events, studies, projects, and really requests from all divisions. Our promotion of programs, events, the Heritage Months, you see Juneteenth there. Very excited to have the free day coming up on Sunday, June 18th, to celebrate Juneteenth. Of course, we want to show and tell a little bit with some photography here. The image there with the 15-mile-per-hour sign is for a bike bell kiosk that was installed in Briones, and certainly the signage and the emblem for the Briones Pilot Project. As you can imagine, I work with a very creative team, and so the visuals and the words really go together. And how do you signify what the project is and encapsulate it in an image, and QR codes. Our effort around QR codes include the RIN, where when you get the digital version, you can click on the QR code, and without needing a camera or some other special app on your phone, it will go right to that page. So we continue to effort because my team is also highly technical. Also, in terms of our 19-member public affairs team, not counting the foundation staff, design and production of all of our branded promotional items and materials. What public affairs leader would show up in a meeting without lots of materials in hand? I know other teams can't do it, but lots of brochures. I know people love our pins. This is the AAPI pin. There's the Pride Month. And really, even in terms of our branding, I'm just going to quickly show you, we've got an older flyer or brochure here about amphibians of the regional parks. And here's the newly redesigned one. Really, there's a tremendous amount of work taking place from the native freshwater fish to a new look. And then I do want to really note that one of our key staff members, Jaskrin, there's a tremendous amount of work being done with GIS. Really, we work with everyone. So when it comes down to the maps and the work that we do, it translates to what gets put on the website. It translates in the print format, and certainly lovely photography. Photography in today's world, where I'm not sure everyone reads as much as they used to. Imagery is half of the branding effort. Planning, certainly our work around planning, assessment, prioritization, design, and production of interpretive panels, temporary and permanent signage. During the January storm, staff turned around within that same day, a day and a half, roughly 300 signs for any park closures. And so we have a team that is both planning ahead and prioritizing and creating systems. Since I've been on board, and certainly prior to my start here and moving forward, but also that nimbleness of how we have to respond to any situation. Community engagement, you'll see a photo here that is of the UN, the award-winning, I should say, UN event. And also we certainly do a lot of multicultural walks that brings in a diverse audience so that they feel like they belong. I like to remind everyone it's your parks. Award nomination submissions, website promotion of all the awards that we receive, and certainly public information. The other photos on this page include putting branding on our public safety vehicles, from the two-wheel vehicles to the four-wheel vehicles. More for my small 19-member team minus the foundation staff, major events planning and production. We have public affairs signature events. Certainly the Old Growth Forest Network designation, the commemoration of an accessible fishing pier at Temescal, and all the other event planning and efforts that go into anywhere from a tremendous number of staff across divisions for the East Bay Mutt Centennial as a key partner for us, and certainly our origin story at Temescal, to any number of events that impact us. Public affairs is engaged. Ambassador support for tabling at numerous events, and we certainly develop presentations as needed. The archives unit, very important to the district. We want to always recognize and capture our history. We have a strong oral history program. We continue to finalize transcripts. I believe we recently did an additional video with previous board member Wieskamp, and it went very well. So we are both doing audio and video interviews. We have partnerships with UC Berkeley's with UC Berkeley's Introduction to Natural and Cultural Services, and we engage students and many volunteers in that effort. And I know some of our newer board members have already toured Black Diamond and our other locations. So thank you very much for your support. Our ongoing accomplishments, what's been key for me is ensuring that we don't have redundancies. So certainly on an infrastructure level, it's increasing efficiencies. And how do we deliver effective and accurate information? You're always wanting to vet the information so that what the board members get and what the GM gets is accurate, and that we get it out in a timely fashion. Internally, our communications include a new employee newsletter launched in collaboration with Allison in HR and her staff. That was launched in March of 2023. And that includes coordination across divisions for our staff. And we look forward to personalizing it even more. I think our last employee newsletter featured a quote from Carmen Erasmus saying how much she loves rocks. And that was in reference to the rock bridge at McCosker Creek. So we will continue to try to personalize that communications vehicle. Last but not least, emergency communications, really key, so that in any activated emergency or any other education in advance of potential emergencies, that we are getting that information out as quickly as possible. I would like to switch gears to the Regional Parks Foundation accomplishments so far in 2023. That team consists of 7 staff members to fundraise, communicate, and support the East Bay Regional Park District. Very pleased again to note that the foundation has hired its first executive director, Lauren Bernstein, who will be starting tomorrow. Yay. Regional Parks Foundation, with district support, has also secured a new headquarter office in Pleasanton to build on its success. We've been very busy putting in an alarm, and AT&T came last week, and we've been selecting furniture and really setting up data lines. And so that whole effort has been moving forward over the last several months. So I'm very pleased to have been driving that effort with the staff. Also, the foundation very quickly streamlined its number of board committees. It reduced the number of board committees to really create, to reduce staff time, really improve efficiencies, and certainly the use of time for its own board members, and to increase and engage its own board. The foundation is currently moving forward with board recruitment, development, communications, its DEI, and its own organizational goals. So again, very pleased to have the foundation where it is, and we will continue to work with them and be closely aligned. We're also looking to see what activities we can engage them with and really connect them to this board. Our major plans and objectives for the rest of this year and in the year ahead, certainly being highly responsive to media and public inquiries, and a very coordinated approach so that we are moving information up, down, and all around, because you need that and you need to drive that engine to get things out. The year ahead, our 90th anniversary, we are actually already working on it. The GM and I have approved a 90th anniversary logo, which I will tease but not show. The regional parks, we'll share that when the time comes. We look forward to creating an cross-divisional team here with my other AGM partners to bring forth lots of activities and events and really blend it into what we're going to do in 2024. Of course, the Regional Parks Foundation will be celebrating its 55th anniversary. So coupling that with our 90th, it's a tremendous opportunity for fundraising and what they can do to build our brand awareness. Master plan, as I'm aware, will also be a huge effort for us. Again, the Public Affairs Division is really supporting the entire district and all of you. So anything that any other division do, we typically are aware of and are supporting behind the scenes. We don't need to be always visible, but we are there. Certainly the Ardenwood Visitors Center for the Creative Design Group, the interpretive panels, and signage project is going to be a huge effort. Our archives team, Brenda and Crystal Jimenez, a new staff member, archives database, we look forward, it's searchable. We look forward to building it further and strengthening it and making it available broadly. So that will be a huge effort. And the website, additional functionality improvements. As you know, recently we supported HR in developing a retirees website portal. The team is in a research and planning stage for an ADA portal for the year ahead. So lots of continuous work. We also are looking at the homepage so that we can cleanly highlight and add some functionality to the cover art or perhaps a sliding image and provide links right on the homepage so we can show that community engagement meeting that we need to highlight for that week or month. We really are looking at functionality, which involves coding. So we are hearing you and we are working on it. I just really wanted to make sure you are aware of that. And then design and signage. We are looking at a system that prioritizes all the work that we do across 73 parks. There's a lot of signs that we want to redo, redesign, and improve, but we're working on a system that prioritizes it, and again, in collaboration with other divisions and operations. Administrative infrastructure, certainly, staffing processes, best practices, and use of technology. And the Regional Parks Foundation continues to work very closely with the Park District. I only have one more slide. Wanted to share some statistics. I'm not going to read all of it, just a quick snapshot for our environmental graphics. In 2023 so far, we have worked on 4,698 signs, 15 vehicles. In a typical year, we work on 11,000 signs. Graphic design, in a 5-month period, we've had 59 projects. In a typical year, we have 140. The exhibit lab, wayside interpretive panels, you can see multiple efforts, also exhibit requests. For public information, so far in 2023, over 100 media inquiries. We have and are working on 6 PowerPoint presentations for board members and community group presentations so far. And we have had 908 public inquiries that we have responded to date. Our multicultural wellness walks, we have 19 events scheduled for 2023, over 15 events for the ambassadors program, 6 celebration heritage events, and more than 6 signature events. I just want to note the image here is for one of our events, but staff is so committed that they do site visits in advance of any event. They block out, it's like doing theater. You block out exactly where you want to put the stage, the podium, the signage, so nothing falls over in windy conditions. They really do it to the umpteenth degree to deliver an exceptional experience every time. So I just really want to note the detail work that my team efforts. I think that's plenty of statistics to share with you. Again, I think I would say some closing comments, and I'm happy to take any questions. I've been here 7.5, 8 months. It's been a period of discovery and learning. I'm always going to keep learning and ask lots of questions. I'm honored to be here. I think what I'm seeing in this brief time here is that the Public Affairs Division does a tremendous amount of work. We're highly responsive. We continue to improve on that so that we can respond to you as well. I see that the staff has a lot on their plates. So I do foresee needing additional support for them. I'm still ascertaining where that falls, to be honest. But in order to even deliver signage and improve and refurbish signs for 73 parks and all of the trails, and on top of things that come at us on a regular basis, or drop everything and do this, you can see that there are challenges, certainly ahead of our 90th anniversary in the master plan and other project efforts. So I would say those are my comments and sort of what I've discovered so far.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Member San Juan.
Thank you so much for that overview. And I believe you've done so much in less than a year that you've been with the Park District. So that needs to certainly be recognized. I do have a number of questions, and I'll be upfront. I think, a lot of the work that you're doing also kind of aligns with a lot of my interests. So that's probably why I have a lot of questions. But I'll try to keep the questions short for today. I think what I want to start with is on the major plans and objectives slide that you had. You talked about administrative infrastructure, and I'm just curious what you meant by that, if you could just share a few more bullet points about that topic.
I would say on the foundation end, there are improvements to the database, software. So some of it's technical. We're certainly as a team have our own use of an intranet or a SharePoint to really think about how we collaborate internally and how we collaborate with other divisions. So some of it is really sort of how we do things, right? And how we use technology, because I know that's an interest of yours. And it is of mine too, having come from tech. And I would say the other piece is thinking about, are we doing things in an efficient way? So process questions. And then we are actually on a broader scale looking at our logo use, our branding guidelines that exist, but I would like to, with my creative design manager, revisit our logo and brand use. As you can imagine, for public affairs, it's so much about protecting our brand and managing that and protecting our reputation. So it touches on everything, but it can be as simple as, are we using the same and correct logo everywhere? Am I seeing one of our staff members show up in a hat and a jacket, and are they indeed the same? It's devil's in the details. Because I'm new, I get to ask lots of questions and I get to look at everything. And I really appreciate my team and really all the divisions. They're allowing us that freedom to say, hey, what's working well? Because I appreciate all that came before, but what can we do better? And with me along for this ride. So I hope that answers the question. We're sort of looking at everything.
Yeah. And then I have one more question for you and then one question for the board, actually, because I'm also new. So I have questions for us in terms of how we're internally organized. So my last question for you, I'm curious, I think sometimes it gets grouped as, social media listening. And I'm thinking about specifically, as an example, the All Trails mobile app. For some reason, since I've joined this board of directors, I find myself reading a lot of the comments that are included on All Trails about some of our different parks and trails. And I'm just curious, is this something that would fall under your group's leadership, or, where do we put this review of some of the different comments that are gathered, not on Park District sites, but other sites such as All Trails?
So we do work with All Trails. They're an outside vendor. They're their own app. We don't control what gets out there or what other people say. Just like on social media, we don't control how people comment. We do have a policy, so social media policy, but we do work with All Trails and we do provide information, especially around maps and GIS. We want to make sure we provide them with enough information so that park goers and hikers on our trails are getting accurate information, right? We certainly don't want anyone lost on the trails. It's always about the information. So we're certainly sharing that. We have a connection with them and a partnership. But again, a third-party app that we have no control over.
Yeah, and I guess a sub question, I said that was my final question for you. A sub question in terms of the data and analytics, do we try to keep track of some of the insights that are shared on All Trails? Because I find that there's some good insights that are shared, but I'm not sure if there's any capability to track that.
You mean analytics from All Trails, or?
Yes, as an example, or from maybe some other sites.
I don't recall staff telling me that we're getting access to that vendor's analytics, but we can certainly ask. To see, but you're right? I mean, I really like being data driven. So even for the website, it's looking further at the analytics. For instance, our employee newsletter, we know what the open rate is. We know how many staff members are clicking on the email and how many click on a link. So we do look at that and we adjust it. We wanted to change the subject line so that we could add in items to be a little more intriguing. But yes, we certainly will continue to look at analytics and data.
Yeah, and I just want to add a comment to that, because I saw also on the major plans, the master plan initiative and community engagement and planning. And I think that there could, and this is more of a statement, I think that there could be a lot of insights that we can get that already exists out there on something like All Trails, for example, so that, we can pair that maybe with some of the different community listening initiatives that we may invest money into. I think we can pair that with some comments that already exist out there. And that's more of a statement that I wanted to make in regards to that. And then my final question for the board, in terms of our board committee structure, where I know that we have a board committee for working with the foundation, but do we have within the board committee structure a mechanism in terms of working with public affairs?
So Director, if I can pipe in, so the executive director for the foundation, I'm currently the interim for less than a day. So the executive director, the incoming executive director will, the reporting structures that she will report to me. As you know, I report to the general manager. President Waspy is invited and attends our foundation board meetings. And there has been engagement across the board between the two boards at different times. So really, what we're hoping to do and what we will continue to do is really align the Park District with the foundation at the highest levels. Having served very closely with the foundation board, I will still be a touch point for them. We're really just getting a bonus position with the ED. And then we'll continue, the GMI will continue to look for ways, including I know President Waspy has already met with Board President Hosworth to look at ways to engage further. So certainly that alignment and close relationship will continue. And if you have any other concerns or interests, please let me know. We can certainly connect all the dots here.
And I will just chime in. We also do have regular reports that come through, I believe, the board executive committee related to the foundation.
Thank you.
Member Rosario?
I appreciate your questions, Director San Juan. And I'm looking forward to. I've been attending the DEI subcommittee for the Regional Parks Foundation. When that continues, I hope to continue that as well. I think all the board members are invited. It's not a requirement, and you don't have a vote, and you attend as a citizen, I believe. So just want to make that the Regional Parks Foundation is also accessible in that way. You can attend some of their meetings. But I just wanted to say I appreciate this presentation because it really shows how complex not only public affairs is, but the Park District. And the fact that you've coming in as the new person and with fresh eyes that have really I think you've taken the tiger by the tail and trying to make sense out of it. And I think you're heading in the right direction. And I really just wanted to acknowledge how important the community outreach as far as the wellness walks, how impactful they are to the communities. I mean, those walks generate so much interest in the park, not just because the families that they introduce the people to the parks, and then those people come back and bring their families back, and it's really I think it's really noticeable, especially if you walked in your parks lately. The diversity in the parks is just amazing, and it's staying at Redwood, Reinhardt Redwood, and Anthony Chabot. It's really happening, and going back to I'm really glad that you're going back and looking at upgrading signs because they need to be looked at. And speaking of signs, going back to Jim O'Connor's presentation and the upcoming strategic planning, I mean, signs are wonderful, but if they're not placed right, they don't do any good. And I made a point of that when I went to visit the Briones pilot project out of the Old Briones Road staging area. The signs are just not placed right. They're parallel to the trail, and people just walk by or ride by without even noticing. So then, how they get oriented? They're beautiful signs, but if they're not oriented right, people won't pay attention to them.
Director Rosario, well on it.
So yeah, so it's not your stuff, but just hopefully the strategic planning will take all that kind of stuff into account as well. And then regarding the anniversaries, I think there's another upcoming anniversary that's important. We talked about in DC was the 80th anniversary of the Port Chicago incident. And so that's the 80th. And we were talking in DC of incorporating that into our plans as well. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then, yeah, that's really good. And then backing up to the first presentation, because my mind's a little slow this morning. I just wanted to acknowledge the I'm really so happy that we're getting an equity officer and also acknowledge the work that the legislative affairs team has put together. I think the last couple of years we've really seen an uptick in not only engagement with our electeds, but also just getting into more in-depth stuff to work with, going after the money and developing relationships with our electeds that I think is extremely important. And I just wanted to acknowledge that. So I'd acknowledge all the work everybody's done so far. So thank you.
Corbett.
Thank you very much. I just want to let you know how impressed I am with this presentation today. We all know when we first met you, and you came in on this job and you were learning this, how things went, and you have definitely and really gotten an idea for you do, and you're doing a great job. So thank you for looking at these issues that you are spending time with. And I especially appreciate you telling us some of the panel requests that different departments, parks, whatever, are looking for, and sharing with people how to improve those and modernize them, and work on making them a little better in some parks versus others. Our brand new parks have all these brand new signages, and some of the others have some a little bit of work that needs to be caught up on, not because of their fault or anything, but now we have you to work on getting these signs more modernized. So very much appreciate that. And I just have to say I'm quite impressed by the first original conversations that we had about what are we doing and where are we going, and you have just really moved to the front on work to be done. So thank you. And I know it's a big job jumping in here and learning what's needed, and you definitely are not shy about that. So thank you very much for your good work. Thank you.
Yeah, I wholeheartedly endorse everything that's been said so far. It's all so valid to me and so apropos to what we're talking about here today. So I'll add something that I noticed here, which undoubtedly must be a result of your team's work.
We'll take credit.
It's a coaster. Well, you made it. It's here. It's a coaster which showing the logo and the trail marker for the East Bay Skyline Trail, National Recreation Trail, which we host in the Oakland Hills here. And I just think that it's important to recognize that we do have these national resources here within our district, and we host them. And I think it'd be great to somehow highlight this a little bit more. It's great to have a coaster. That got me thinking about it. It did its job. But somehow if we can put this out there in our various ways of doing it, to let the folks know that there is this federally designated trail, which one of the earliest ones too, as if I recall, out there, I think that'd be a great thing to do. So, and thanks for all that other stuff.
Thank you. We'll add it to the swag list.
Elizabeth.
I'll just jump in quickly because I think most of what I wanted to say has been said, but really, thank you. Just in this 7 short months, it's just been extraordinary what you've been able to accomplish, especially because you were also the interim executive director of the foundation. So it's just really, I have a great hope for the future, and already you've accomplished so much and brought us so far. And really just want to say, thank you for your leadership, and thank you for both your sort of high level strategic planning as well as your attention to detail and responsiveness. Those are all qualities that have really stood out for me and have really appreciated.
Thank you, Director Echols.
I'm looking towards Director Coffey, but seeing nothing. Okay, great. Thank you, Susan. I agree with everyone also, and I'm so happy you're here, and so happy you have such a great staff. One thing I noted with all of the many things you do, the one thing I just came up with that out of the ordinary for me is that one of the most basic things are park maps and brochures. You pointed them out. They're incredibly beautiful. They're attractive. They're accurate, and they're informative. And that is something that anybody can pick up for free and can use and reuse many, many times over because they're so accurate and well done. So I compliment your staff on that. I'm also interested in oral histories. I'm wondering, you mentioned they're ongoing. Do we have any in progress right now, or do we have any planned for the future?
We are working on some already. It's sort of a continuous effort. So yeah, there are at least 3 or 4 in progress and a continuous effort. And President Wassef, if it's all right, I certainly, I really didn't come up here to talk about me. It's never about me. It's really about the team. I have a great team. We really are highly nimble at the same time that we are both all writers and creators. And we want to tell the Park District story. I think there are lots of opportunities ahead. Again, it's a little bit of a bandwidth issue at times, to be frank. But there are more stories to tell and more ways to strengthen our brand for various purposes. I'd like to thank my team. And I'd like to thank all my entire team, the entire district, because we don't get it done unless we work together. So I just really appreciate everyone else.
Great, thank you. And you listed, I think, 6 signature events coming up. Can you tell me what those are?
We've had some. We certainly have the accessible pier at Temescal. We had our, forgive me. I do have
Shadow Cliffs. So
Shadow Cliffs was last year, so I guess I can't count it towards this year. The Oak Growth Forest Network designation of Reinhardt Redwood. We certainly had the 35th anniversary of the accessible fishing pier at Temescal. We expect, and these are all TBD, to be determined as I work with other divisions, but we expect there to be events perhaps for Tyler Ranch, perhaps for Roberts Pool. Again, it is not my role to name those dates or firm up anything, but everything we start to plan ahead for, but we do expect additional events this year.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, pardon me, Member Corbett.
May I just make this statement too? When you're having these events in the future, it would really be great to make sure that all board members have knowledge of the beginning it, the opening, whatever the events that are happening. Often, obviously, you want to let the people know whose district it is, something's happening. But to let us all know in the beginning is really something I would really appreciate. I know other members would too.
Thank you. The general manager did make me aware of that request. We will definitely do that. In fact, we have a pivot table with events that the team has worked on. So I did check with them. We have a pivot table that we can sort in various ways and definitely deliver really the totality, I think, of events. So we're working on that across the board for the district so that we can really tailor it for each of you.
Yeah.
So we're working on that.
It doesn't mean we have to give a speech, but just knowing something's happening that maybe we could go to, even though it's outside of our district, because this is all part of our district. So
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Oh, pardon me, Dee.
Something got triggered. This is something for the Regional Parks Foundation. It's like when we were talking with National Park Service, one of the things that brought people back to parks time and time again was fishing. And I just wanted to put that challenge back out for the Regional Parks Foundation to try to see if we can't bring that back. The fishing derbies that were incredibly successful. But that was one of the things that National Park Service said not this particular program, but fishing was one of the things that was the expand generations. And that's something that we should hopefully continue.
I will be sure to share that.
Thank you.
All right. All right. And next we'll move to public safety.
All right, Chief Grimes is making his way.
Welcome, Chief.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. President Waspy and board members. Probably don't need to stand on that. And of course, our general manager, our deputy general managers, and certainly to the staff and the public. I just want to let you know how appreciative I am of having the opportunity to be here. It is an honor for me to serve as your interim assistant general manager and director of public safety and police chief and all those things that we do over there on the public safety side of things. It's been a great experience for the last couple of months. Director Rosario pointed out the complexity of the things going on in the district, and truer words were never spoken. This is one of the most complex organizations I've ever been associated with, and I'm learning every single day. It's been a great challenge, but it's been fascinating and it's been interesting. I certainly want to echo what Susan said about staff and staffing. Nothing gets done without the staff and those folks, as we call them, boots on the ground, that are actually doing the work every single day and making sure that on the public safety side that we're safe and that we accomplish our mission by way of public safety. Somebody mentioned this was going to be a dog and pony show. So I wanted to make sure that we had actual dogs. And of course, we'll have some ponies as well. So we want these dogs, by the way, are therapy dogs, and these dogs work for several law enforcement agencies actually throughout the Bay Area. And of course, we have dogs out on our trails through our volunteer trail and safety program, and we have several dogs that are out and about and work on the trails in our parks. Still waiting for our therapy dog. If there's anybody that needs therapy, it's me. And the dog can certainly help that. But so we'll give you a little dog and pony overview of what's going on in public safety. I would be remiss if I didn't identify my staff, and they're here today certainly to answer any questions that the board may have once we go through the presentation. But of course, Pete DeQuincy over here with our lifeguard services and all the things that he does to sort of herd all of the literally hundreds of cats, if you will, by way of our lifeguard program, and some 150 plus lifeguards in the district, of course, which account for about over 50 or so full-time positions when you add them all up. And Pete, the one thing that's great about him is he's out in the field. He's working hard. He's working side by side with everybody. And because of the size of our district, he's all over the place all the time. And that's why I can never track him down, because he's everywhere. Katie Quick, of course, our executive assistant, who's literally the gatekeeper and the glue for us over there in public safety, and our lieutenants who showed up to support me. They allowed me to be up here. They could all be doing this presentation, probably far better than I could. But we have Lieutenant Chavez, Lieutenant Phelps, Lieutenant Kocher over there, newly promoted Sergeant Rice, standing in the back over there, the bearded gentleman. And Sergeant Feliciano. And these are the folks who are representative of our public safety, and of course, Chief Tiley as well. The chief is teaching me all sorts of stuff about fire and fire services. She taught me that we apparently put the wet stuff on the red stuff, but not always. So I'm learning. I did want to let you know about a couple of events that we have coming up. First of all, on August 1st, National Night Out. We are, for the first time in the history of the district, we're going to celebrate National Night Out here at the Park District. It is going to be at Lake Chabot Park, and it'll be an event that will kick off in the afternoon. I believe it's about 3 o'clock or so in the afternoon, and will run until about 7 o'clock in the evening. Again, that could not take place, and it cannot happen without the support of all the other departments, particularly public affairs and park services and operations and everybody else that comes together to make all these things happen for the district. So August 1st, and we invite folks out and certainly invite the public out to join us in National Night Out at Lake Chabot. On July 11th, on the public safety side, we're going to have an employee introduction and recognition ceremony, and that's going to be over at Trudeau Center at 10:30 in the morning. We're going to introduce 5 new police officers, new firefighters, 2 new dispatchers. We'll celebrate the promotion of Sergeant Rice and also support services supervisor Melissa Graham, who came to the district just about 2 months ago, I guess. And we'll also celebrate a life-saving award from one of our officers, Officer Alec Saunders, who was involved in a life-saving event on one of our local freeways here in the Bay Area, and literally and actually saved a life in that particular case. So we'll have that ceremony as well. And I also wanted to let you know about another event that's going to be happening. It's the 3rd annual Mounted Roundup Trail Ride and Sensory Training event that's going to take place on Saturday, August the 19th. That's going to start about 9 o'clock in the morning. They tell me butts are going to be in the saddles at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it's going to run until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's going to be out at our Vasco Arena, where we'll have all sorts of mounted folks out there, not only involved in training, but some fun events. There'll be a big barbecue lunch that's hosted by the Parks Foundation, as well as our mounted unit. And they'll be supported by our volunteer trail safety patrol folks. That'll be out at that event as well. So it'll be fun. We're inviting a lot of allied law enforcement agencies who also have mounted units throughout the Bay Area. So they'll be there and they'll be participating at the arena that day. And with the barbecue and everything else going on, it should be a really fun event. So those are some things to take a look at upcoming. Okay, so those are the dogs. Here's the ponies. You know, in order to make things work, you have to think strategically. We have a finite amount of resources. I mean, here in public safety, as I mentioned, we have a lot of folks certainly on the fire and safety side of lifeguard services. But when you add up all of those positions along with all the other public safety positions, it's the equivalent of about 200 full-time positions that we have here in the district, 158 or so full-time, and then the equivalent thereof, as I mentioned, the lifeguards. So there's a lot of complexity to that and a lot of moving parts, but you have to think strategically. So we're beginning to build the foundation, I think, in the framework for a strategic plan going forward. We're certainly taking a look at, I think, one of the most important issues for us, which is organizational wellness and professional development, which I'm sure you've heard the GM talk about over and over again in regards to developing our staff, but also taking care of our staff and making sure that they have the tools and that they have all the resources they need to be as efficient and effective as they can possibly be in regards to doing their job. So there's a lot of strategic things that we'll be looking at in regards to organizational wellness. We'll be looking at crime reduction, crime prevention, crime mitigation, and what goes hand in hand to that is enhancing and the experience for our park goers in regards to providing safe spaces in our parks and a better experience in our parks. And we know that when folks know and believe that our parks are safe, which they are, that they will come and they'll participate and they'll be actively involved in our parks. But I will say this: there's literally no public safety entity anywhere that has all the necessary resources and has all the necessary tools to accomplish its mission. Public safety is a shared responsibility. It's a shared responsibility for the public. It's a shared responsibility for our staff. It's a shared responsibility for all of our departments. And everybody has to come together in regards to public safety and making our parks and our district as safe as it can possibly be. So in order to do that, we engage in active partnerships. We engage in collaborations. We go out there and we have public engagement events and community engagement, and we build on community relationships and we build on community partnerships. So we will continue to develop some strategies to make that work. Any strategic plan has to fall within the context of what our board sets out in regards to board policy and mission and direction. that falls in place with our overarching goals for our entire district, that of course are led by our general manager and the rest of our staff. So we have to make sure that any strategies, any objectives, any things that we're trying to accomplish by way of our mission complements everything else that we're doing in the district. And there's always a focus on that when we look to think strategically and develop some strategic objectives to achieve our goals. The final part of the framework that we'll be looking at is transparency, of course, and accountability. We want to make sure that we continue to build on trust, that we continue to build on legitimacy for what we do and how we do it. And we want to make sure that we communicate that effectively. And we want to make sure that our communities and all of the constituents that we serve throughout the Park District, know that we're working every day to be as transparent as we can possibly be, but at the same time, to make sure that we continue to earn their trust and know that they can trust us to effectively and efficiently manage the resources of the district and to provide public safety services. Challenges. There is a nationwide shortage in regards to public safety positions, public safety recruitment. This is not just something that's specific to what's going on here in the Bay Area or in our state. It is truly nationwide. And so it's always going to be a significant challenge for us. I can tell you the rock stars in this picture are the folks in our human resources department. They are working with us diligently every single day to make sure that we fill these positions, that we fill them as expeditiously as we possibly can. I love the relationship that we have and that we continue to build with our human resources department. And of course, working with public affairs and getting the word out and making sure that, we let people know about this jewel at the East Bay Regional Park District and that people will want to come and be part of our public safety organization. So, our challenges are now and will continue to be recruitment and staffing and hiring. As I mentioned that, we're going to introduce those 5 new police officers, 2 new dispatchers. We have 2 more dispatchers that are in the pipeline in regards to backgrounds and running the background investigations. We have 2 more police officers that are in the pipeline. And we're going to be running we don't run the police academy, but we will be running our cadre of folks through the police academy. And we hope to have 5 more that will be going to the police academy in July. And by doing so, I think we will make a really significant dent in our staffing shortages and really work to achieve getting to a point of course, our goal is to get to full staffing, at some point. So we will continue to develop strategies around recruitment and not just recruitment, but retention, hiring, training, building up that staffing, and then making sure that, that we can schedule the way we think we can best serve the public that we serve. We have not been without challenges in regards to staffing and scheduling, particularly as we come into this holiday season. And kudos to the staff, for making sure that our folks step up, and not just the staff here, but again, the boots on the ground, our rank and file that have really stepped up, and the officers that are out there each and every day and working those holidays and working those holiday weekends and those holiday events and being away from their families, while they're doing it. And they're doing a tremendous job to make sure that we have enough folks out there, again, to accomplish our mission. We know that, particularly for public safety, it's critically important that we have the facilities to be able, not just the equipment to do the job, but the facilities to be able to do our job and again, to do it as efficiently as possible. We know the board has made a commitment in regards to moving forward with a public safety headquarters over at Peralta Oaks North. We cannot tell you how much we appreciate that and that we appreciate your commitment to that process. We know that we have other challenges out there by way of deployment points for both fire and police, and we will continue to take a look at those spaces so that we can create an environment for our folks that are out way out in the district and in those satellite areas and in those deployment points so that we can provide them facilities where they can do the best job that they can. One of those that's of course out a little bit is our air support unit down there at the airport in Hayward. And we are in deep progress right now in regards to negotiating and taking a look if we can effectively move that location and ideally look to the Livermore area to find another hangar that will be appropriate for our air units out there. It's a bit of a short and long-term process, but we continue to move forward in that regard. In regards to crime prevention, crime analysis, crime mitigation, we have taken affirmative steps to develop a crime analyst position within the organization by moving around existing positions, not by adding, but by moving existing positions and creating training for positions so that we will be able to have real-time crime analysis information for us that will be useful, particularly in regards to what we call target action planning, knowing that if we have a problem area, we can go out and actually do some prevention in those areas. And of course, the goal always is to reduce and reduce when we can and where we can. No goal is going to be effective if there's not a metric behind it. So we'll be developing some of those metrics in regards to measuring, our goals and how effectively we can be in regards to implementing our objectives so that we can look back 6 months later and a year later to determine if our strategies worked. And if not, we'll adjust and we'll move forward in that regard. But that crime analysis is going to be great. RIMS is coming. Citizen RIMS is coming. There's been some presentations on that, and I know the board will receive one more presentation in regards to Citizen RIMS and how we share information, again, transparency, and get information out with the public, again, real-time data that will be useful for the public and certainly useful for us in regards to crime prevention. I mentioned, community engagement, community relationship, and you guys know we're involved in a ton of things. Kudos to our volunteer corps. We have more than 150 very active volunteers that are out there in the volunteer trails program, the safety program, and providing safety in our parks on a daily basis. Of course, they provide services in regards to search and rescue and other services. And they've been doing just an incredible job out there. In regards to transparency and accountability, I mentioned Citizen RIMS. We also want to take a look at our training, that we're looking at a good decision-based training, that we're looking at de-escalation training, that we're looking at training that provides us with better tools in regards to dealing with things like implicit bias, racial profiling, cultural diversity, and making sure that our officers are getting the very best training in that regard, again, so that we can provide those services to the community. On the administrative side of things, communications, records, evidence, I cannot say enough good things about Patty Gershanik, who's out in the field working on communications issues right now. And Patty tells me about all these challenges and issues related to our radios and upgrade of radios. She talks about things like low band microwave upgrade, which is like about 3 levels above me. But she's out there doing it, and she's doing it, and she's doing an amazing job. Of course, Patty was the one responsible for making sure that we get the deployment of Citizen RIMS up and running, which is going to come soon. She makes sure that our E911 system and what they call now NG911, which is next generation 911, which will actually even provide for texting of 911, and make sure that those things are all implemented and we can use them effectively. When it comes to things like property and evidence, these are sort of afterthoughts in what we do in public safety, but not really. They're certainly at the forefront of my mind in regards to property and evidence, and we're going to be doing an outside audit of all of our property and evidence services to make sure that we look at things like safety, like security, like storage, and processes and systems, and that we're doing everything that we can to ensure the integrity of all of our property and evidence for the district. Record systems, of course, are another entirely different world in regards to our record system, but we're also going to be doing audit of records. And of course, we brought on our new support services supervisor that's going to assist in that regard as well, in providing training in regards to providing processes and systems for us. On the fire side of things, it's really been great working with Chief Tiley. She's doing and her staff some extraordinary things in regards to fire services. I know that she comes before you regularly. She was just at the executive board talking about wildfire hazard reduction and resource management plan, talking about our continuation of fuels management work plan for both 2003 and going forward in 2004. It doesn't just stop in regards to the operational issues. It's all of the ongoing maintenance, of course, in regards to fuels that has to take place and all the great things that the fire service is doing in that regard. She's also looking at training issues. She's looking at issues in regards to organization and staffing and figuring out how she can be best organized to meet the needs of the department going forward. And a lot of things have been accomplished or either ongoing or in progress in regards to the great things that the fire service has been doing. There's a great list here of a lot of completed projects. And again, she's really focused in on organizational wellness. She's been focused in on training and organizational development, professional development for her staff. So lots of great accomplishments there. And then finally, moving forward in regards to our lifeguard services, I mentioned Pete is out there doing it. We got programs where we've been donating, life jackets, conducting some 13,000 or so swim tests, providing classroom training and classroom visits in regards to water safety, all the swim lessons. And of course, as I mentioned, the significant challenge in regards to hiring and keeping, good lifeguards on so that our swim areas can be as safe as they can possibly be. With that, I'm going to wrap it up and see if you folks have any questions for us.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions, comments? Member Rosario.
Hey, Chief.
You're welcome.
You look good in blue.
Well, thank you, sir.
But I prefer green and khaki, but you are in it's amazing how in such a short time you've kind of grasped the department and the park district. I congratulate you on that. And I think you're in a unique position because with your experience and you're able to look at our department and hopefully you're engaging all your department and departments into looking at how can they do their jobs better. I've always just in my mind, just that there should be like an operations public safety internal committee to go over things because the two departments, they're like in lockstep with each other. They depend on each other. And so it's like things like what are the best ways to enforce, do our trail enforcement? I mean, we're having this huge thing with trail conflicts all the time. What's the best way to do that? I mean, getting feedback from all the players, from the officers and to the rangers in the field. And what about technology? Are we looking at the possible uses of drones is that a possibility in expanding our officers not only safety but their range? And then also, and Director Waspie and I have always been looking at interested in deployment points or substations. So getting our officers more time on the ground. So I'm hoping with you and you're in this new position that you're asking those questions and then the officers and your officers and the people on the ground are having input into that. It's a complex district, and I'm really looking forward to more collaboration, especially with our other agencies. I know there was an opportunity to had some neighbors at a particular staging area off of Grizzly Peak, and they were interested in cameras that they were willing to, if we provided the cameras, they would have shined it on a particular staging area, but because it was a city of Oakland, we didn't do it, blah, blah, blah. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for collaboration with our neighbors and our other agencies. And I appreciate anything you can do to help and upgrade this department. I think they are incredible employees. We saw that through COVID, pre-COVID, and now. So they need help. And any help that we can give them would be better for us as the board and also for our constituents and themselves. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your support.
Any other member comments? Member Corbett?
Thanks for the report. I could ask all kinds of questions, but I'll try to keep it down. With regard to the, let's see, you discussed the wildfire report to the executive committee. Do you know, will that also be presented to the full board? I think it's very important, and we like to hear all the good news. Thank you very much. And also, with regard to looking at the, well, this is another, well, no, this is more for you. With regard to the location at the airport, at some point, I'm hoping you can share some more information as to why moving is a good idea or how that impacts Hayward, and what the reports are on where more calls that we have using the helicopter, what part of the part of the district. And do you know, generally speaking, do we have more crime issues in certain areas?
We'd be happy to provide that process and all the issues that have come forward in regards to moving. I mean, talk about complexity. There's a lot of different moving parts involved, but we actually do have a presentation that we've developed as far as the steps that have been taken so far and the steps that would need to be taken going forward.
Okay, and that'll be.
I sure hope so.
Okay, thank you very much. That sounds like another issue that might be a good idea at the full board, because that's a big issue.
It is.
Thank you very much.
John?
Yeah, thank you, Chief. As one of the new board members, this public safety stuff is a little beyond my normal experience, being more a trail and park open space guy, but this is a vital thing that we do. And I really appreciate it and all the folks that are involved in it. But I also want to thank you for being willing to step up and help us out for this time, because I was just thinking we get a threefer with you. We get, somebody coming in as the chief. We get an outside consultant coming in with new eyes, with other experiences, and we get somebody to help us, as I understand, to help us find the permanent one. So we're really lucky to have you here. And again, I appreciated your presentation, because it's going to take multiple similar presentations for me to really get a grasp on what we're doing here and how we do it. So thanks for that.
Thank you. And I'm glad you brought up the recruitment of the chief. That is an active process, along with the recruitment captain, and along with the promotional process that we'll be running soon for a lieutenant's position as well. So, Susan was talking a little bit about the transitional issues and of course, transitional issues district wide. And so we continue to transition, but transition is good. It does allow fresh eyes, and it does allow new ideas and opportunities to do new things.
One more thing, I'm just really amazed and pleased at the progress being made to fill those vacant positions, because just a couple of months ago, I was hearing, gosh, it's really dire. And now, great progress has been made. And yeah, I know it's all these people, but that's great, because having holes in your public safety net are not safe.
Any other board member comments? Member Sandoval?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. And I know being a member of the operations committee, we do get a little bit more in-depth presentation. We do receive more in-depth presentations from your department. So I appreciate that. In fact, I just wanted to confirm, so, with the operations committee, because we are getting more of the in-depth public safety presentations, and same with the executive. I know that with the recent presentation, that's all on our YouTube channel for the Park District, right? So if we wanted to be able to review one of the more in-depth presentations, I think that that's an option. And I actually had a process question, because I was going to ask about the police substations item number 27 in our packet. And then also some of the conversation around the Livermore Airport. I know it's something that I've been following, living in that area, and maybe there might be additional insight, or maybe you're aware of that. So at some point, it would be good to have a conversation, because I know that this is a topic that's in the news locally where I live. But then my other question is more about this. So in terms of how this is organized, this is this was decided last July by the board of directors in the study session. Again, being the new person, I have some questions here, but it's not prioritized in any way. So the numbers are just there to identify the location, but there's no priority in terms of this matrix.
You're talking about the board interest. Yeah, those are just numbered for us to keep track of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other question, it's for our fire chief real quick. I know we talked a little bit about how we've had so much interest in regards to our carbonator, and how I believe we even had a group from Canada, if not tour, at least call in and ask some questions. And I believe I mentioned this when we were at our meeting at the White House. And so I just wanted to confirm that. Because when we were in Washington, D.C., there was a little bit of haze from the wildfires in Canada. It certainly got a lot worse, actually, after we left Washington, D.C. And so I just wanted to confirm I was saying the right things.
You are. We've had many different groups come. One of, I think, the most, they were national, but really they were international, was a group of foresters. One of them who worked here years and years ago, Nichols, was there, right? So we haven't had a forester on the staff in a very long time. We actually have one now. Javon Law, who's one of our fuel reduction coordinators, is actually a registered forester. And she has been reaching out to her group and to different societies and bringing them in to see the carbonator at work. So that's been very, we've had a lot of interest, and you were correct. You weren't fibbing.
Okay, good. Yes, and I think it's just so great to see our, leadership in terms of coming up with some new ideas in regards to how to address, this issue. And I think it's something that's not going to go away in terms of our world. So thank you so much for all of your leadership on this.
Thank you.
Right. Member Coffey?
Yes, thank you, Chief. This time at this session last year, there was discussion of consideration within the department of bringing back the canine unit, particularly for search and rescue, as opposed to any other purposes. And the discussion also involved the advantages to recruitment. I wondered if that was still under discussion or had been resolved.
And, in regards to canines and particularly on the enforcement side of things, I think that's a tremendously changing environment in law enforcement today. Not something I would actively consider or recommend for consideration on the enforcement side of things, at least certainly not right now. There's a lot of legislation that's taking place in California and throughout the nation in regards to canines. And so I think a lot of that probably ought to be settled over the next couple of years before we go there. In regards to your question of canines in search and rescue, I wholeheartedly recommend that. And there are opportunities to be able to bring canines in on the search and rescue side. They're a tremendous asset. They can, as we know, they can search far greater areas and become a tremendous force multiplier for us in regards to USAR, search and rescue. And I've worked with agencies that specifically had canines for that. And I was able to firsthand see the tremendous results. So those would be my recommendations, suggestions as far as canines going forward, except for, of course, therapy canine. I need one of those.
Thank you.
Hearing no more comments. I would just, Chief, I appreciate being here and I appreciate your great staff work. Tell me what Citizen RIMS stands for. RIMS is
our records management system, and the records management system where all data essentially that comes into a police department is fed into that data system, and then we can extract information out of that. One component of RIMS, or what we call Citizen RIMS, will be able to take the data and the information in regards to all of our calls for service, location, time, nature of the event, and it's able to sort out all that information and literally do crime mapping. So that we can see where events are happening, when they happen, if there are trends in events, we'll be able to identify those things very quickly. We're able to use that system internally right now, but this will be available to the public. And crime mapping systems have been around for many years, and I think we're coming to the point now where we're able to share that here in the district as well. And so I know that you'll be getting the full presentation in regards to Citizen RIMS, and I know that Patty Gershanek can explain it far better than I can, but it's essentially our records management system that is linked to our CAD, which is our computer-aided dispatch system. And everything that comes into dispatch, everything that comes into records goes into that database.
And I wish you the best of luck in your helping us form our going forward from now, how the police department's going to look and how the fire department's going to look and lifeguard service is going to look. I do want to agree with Director Rosario. Having been here a long time, I think that one of the things I really like and that has been pointed out here is substations or deployment points, we're going to call them. I think the idea that I won't speak for Dee, but I know for myself, with everybody working here theoretically together to make a good park district. I love the way the police department's evolved. You know, when I was started, we were all in green, just like us. Now it's all changed. You're all very, very professional, but I think it's good for an organization to get together and talk about commonality and things we have in common. We all have the same mission, make a safe and a wonderful, helpful experience for all our visitors. So I just think that operations and police can really get together at substations, and not substations alone by themselves, but a substation, say it like Contra Loma, or the substations we used to have at Crown Beach and Del Val, where you'd come in the morning, each agency or each group come in, talk about what the commonality or what you have in common, what you need to do to make it a better experience for the park. That's a great way of doing it. And here's my editorial comment. I think a great way to do that with operations and fire is to have on-call firefighters. I hope we can really think that one over, because I think it's a really good model for our park district. It's a hybrid, but we're learning how to do hybrid stuff around here, and it seems to work. Specialization's great, but hybridization's nice too. So again, thank you and best of luck.
Okay, thank you.
So the hardest part of my day is going to be to suggest that we either go to acquisition, stewardship, and development, or note that it is 12:05 and that people might want lunch. So I'm not going to do anything here. I'm just going to lay back and you guys fight amongst yourself, or someone jump forward and suggest either we take a break now for, I would suggest, a half an hour, or we could, which will cut into our time.
President Waspy.
Or we can do it, we can eat and talk. I don't know that anybody wants to do that, or we can do ASD.
We do have I believe Kelly Abreu has a comment. Do we want to hold that till later?
No, I blew it. Sorry, Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah.
While you're thinking about lunch or not lunch.
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Since you're just talking about public safety and helicopters, you know, this is the first I've heard about taking helicopters and moving them to Livermore, which, if you look at a map, is right in the middle. So, you know, anybody who just blindly picks up maps would say, well, that's a great place to put the helicopters. You saved air miles. But in reality, the helicopters are out flying over freeways or over the Bayshore or wherever they think the crime is. That's where the helicopters go. And if you actually look at where the helicopters spend their time in the air, it might be, at least in my mind, that Hayward is a great place to put helicopters. And if you put them out eastward, then when the crime happens in Oakland, you're going to wait longer for a helicopter to show up. And every minute that the helicopter is in the air, it costs a lot of money. So when somebody says, I'm going to move helicopters, I'm going to ask you, where's the data? Where's the data that says that that's a cheaper, more effective, better place to put the helicopters? I doubt it. I doubt it very much. Also, when you talk about, we just heard about public safety. We also heard about public affairs. One of the things that public safety has told us over and over again is that the biggest problem at Mission Peak for public safety is dehydration. And they told the San Francisco Chronicle that they were going to put up a half dozen signs or a dozen signs telling people how much water to carry there. Those signs never came up, and it was several years ago, many years ago, no signs posted. So I'd like to ask for public safety and public affairs and your graphics design to get out there and do what you told the San Francisco Chronicle you're going to do. And finally, on public safety, people are dying in lakes, and it's a variable number because I never hear about anybody dying in Lake Chabot. Falling off a boat and not coming out of the water alive or whatever they do. But I do hear about it all the time. It's happened more than once at Del Val. So, what are you doing to figure out, maybe I should be asking Lieutenant DeQuincy this. Where are the people dying? Why are they dying? And what are you doing to improve safety on lakes so people don't come out dead on these lakes? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anybody have any suggestions on lunch? Lunch. Okay, I think it will probably magically appear. I'm not sure how. Beg your pardon?
30.
Yeah, 15:30. It's 30, unfortunately, but 30 on the dot. If you're not here, we're going to start. So that would be 12:40.
You are all set.
All right, thank you very much. So we're back in session now, and we'll welcome the Acquisition, Stewardship, and Development folks.
Right, I'm going to go ahead and just start us off here. As you can see, our AGM, our new AGM of ASD, Ken Wysocki, is not here. He actually has a really important family obligation that predates this workshop, and so I gave him a pass. But thankfully, this also speaks to the fact that we have such a robust staff within the division, and Brian has graciously agreed to step up and do the presentation, but Ken put this together. And if he was here, I am sure that he would say all sorts of glowing things about his 3.5 months, I think it is, that he's been here. And he has just hit the ground running, spent a lot of time already getting to know the staff, and has a lot of strategic lens and new views and ideas that are already informing our work that is starting around the new master plan, which I think Brian's going to also talk about. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and let Brian kick us off.
Great. Thank you very much, General Manager Landreth. Good afternoon. Brian Holt, Chief of Planning, Trails, and GIS. Let me figure out how to advance, and there we are. I'm here today to speak about to give the overview of the Acquisition, Stewardship, and Development Department. I will be joined by my colleagues, Matt Grawl, Mike Reeves, and Ren Bates, who will each speak to their respective departments. I just want to echo the comments. They imparted a lot of trust on us on staff, as you can see here, and has been nothing but supportive for us. As much as we miss our former acting AGM, Lisa Gorgian, but have certainly enjoyed working with Ken and look forward to continuing to. I believe a couple of years ago for a similar workshop, our division had put together essentially this which is to expand and steward the district's system of regional parklands and trails, protecting ecological and cultural resources in a changing climate while developing public access to nature nearby. There's the sort of soup to nuts that is our division, from the sort of early interagency planning that often occurs through land acquisition, and then finally get to design and construct something, and then the ongoing stewardship that happens throughout our parkland system. But really, it's all about balance, right? How do we balance the dual mission of our agency, which is to provide public access while also working to protect those natural and cultural resources. So again, our division is made up of 4 departments. Again, this is really covers the full gamut from sort of future parkland on through acquisition and construction and stewardship. My department, which I'll be speaking first on, is planning, trails, and GIS. So there's a lot that goes on in there, obviously. And then, of course, we have the stewardship department, land acquisition, design, and construction. In total, we have 90 staff positions within the division. It's a pretty stable division. We have 88% retention rate, 11 current vacancies. The most prominent one being our chief of design and construction, which Ren Bates is currently acting in. So jumping into to my department, planning, trails, and GIS. Again, we're made up of technically 4 units, but for all intents and purposes, 3 units, which is planning, trails, and GIS. Our planning group really does I often say they're sort of the planners that stand on the edge of our parks and look out. They work with the cities, work with the other agencies, and coordinating those sorts of activities that go on outside of our parklands. And then we have a group of planners that stand on our parks and kind of look in, right? Looking at how we manage and plan for the activities that happen within our parks. The trails unit, led by Sean Dugan, a mighty team of 3 that covers all things trails throughout the district, which is a pretty heavy load from regional trails to trail development, some trail volunteer programs, working with Asian agencies, dealing with trail conflicts, trail user working group, just anything that has the word trails associated with it. Sean tends to get pulled into. And then we have just a really crack GIS department that takes care of all of our mapping needs here at the district, maintains all of our property data, can really pull together a lot of really beautiful visual presentations that the board has often seen, and just really a powerhouse behind the scenes that supports the entire park district. So in 2023, just a couple of our major accomplishments. I mean, it's been a busy year. This is 2022 and 2023. Part of our goal is always to open up new parklands. It's always exciting to be able to do that. And we were able to do that in a pretty substantive way, in adding over 5,000 acres of new parkland at Pleasanton Ridge. That was both the Tyler Ranch property as well as the Robertson Ranch property. So a lot of really creative thinking on sort of how we do that in an efficient way when we actually have a staging area that's that we get those parklands open. And there was reference earlier during Susan's presentation about just those brochures and how nice those brochures are. And one of the things that I've come to learn is that we do a lot of these heavy construction projects, a lot of CEQA work. We were here in front of the board, and really a lot of when we can open up a parkland is when we can get that brochure done. And so there's a lot of back and forth that goes on about, what are the trail names? What parts are open? What does the brochure show? And that's really important to be able to give the public the right information about dogs are allowed, where they aren't, where bikes can be permitted. And a lot of that really comes down to how we're communicating that in the public. And that comes down to the brochure. So always look forward to partnering with public affairs. We've completed a couple really substantive plans that have been on the books for quite a while. So completed the public access and restoration plan, shifting over to design and construction as we start looking at how we there. Also for the McKay Avenue GSA property at Crown Beach. Also looking at the land use plan, another 700 acres that'll connect Danville and San Ramon to Los Trumpes and Calaveras Ridge. So some really big projects, substantive parklands. And frankly, our department, the other thing that we had accomplished during this time is we did our own strategic plan, which reached out to folks across the district as well as people looking at what what the role of our department should be, and it was clear that our department, with a lot of the change that has happened through the district, is really kind of serving as sort of some of the institutional memory for the Park District and sort of how these plans have come together. And we're really kind of shifting a little bit as we've been working on these land use plans of how do we open up new parklands, which will still always be a focus, but also working to trying to make sure that these plans get implemented. We've adopted the Sibley land use plan, the Thurgood Marshall land use plan, Southern Los Trumpes. So we're really focused on, okay, we've done the planning. How can we continue to work with DECO, stewardship, operations, and others to make sure that these plans get implemented and these areas get open to the public? So 2024, where are we focusing on? The big effort here is, again, initiating the development of a new master plan. And very intentional in that language, and that I want to continue to message that we're not necessarily the master plan. So we have been taking 2023 as the year to plan for the plan. That's where we're at, and then really looking at kicking that off in a substantive way. And I look forward to speaking to the board much more about that soon. We continue to be very focused on a couple of big development dedications and working with our land acquisition team on some of these longstanding projects that have been negotiated really over decades. And Western Hills Open Space is one of those. And that's about acreage, but it's the land that would come to us through the Gateway Valley Orinda project, the Wilder Ranch project, that would essentially expand Sibley Regional Preserve and connect that over to the Orinda sports fields in that area. So to wrap that up in 2024, we have the benefit of our deputy general manager who came in and came up with a lot of really great trails pilot projects, and he got those all going. And then now he's going to retire, and we get the benefit of continuing to implement those. So we will be continuing to take on the Briones pilot project, looking at there's been made mention of the Wildcat Trail study. It's we continue to study that, not necessarily a project as of yet. And then a number of other trails studies and pilot projects that we're moving forward. And then we're really excited to initiate the construction of the Point Melody Bay Trail, which is going to be an awesome facility, great public access to Point Melody, and something that we're all looking forward to continuing to expand the Bay Trail out there. So that's our a couple of the highlights from the Planning, Trails, and GIS department. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Matt to go over the stewardship.
Thanks, Brian. So Matt Grawl, Chief of Stewardship for the Park District, and just really happy to be here. Drought and now all the excessive rainfall last few years, it's really creating a lot of opportunity for us to really improve our parkland management and increase resilience of our parklands, and also improve our habitat conditions. In addition to the 30 by 30 efforts starting, that really aligns with a lot of the long-term interests and needs of the stewardship department. So this year, we are in the process, as you all are very familiar, and also Director Mercurio and Director San Wong heard a lot about these issues when they're in the Park Advisory Committee with our routine maintenance permits. So we had issues for years getting those permits in place. We've now had routine maintenance permits in place with all the wild resource agencies for about 5 years now. concurrently with all those agencies. But this year we're renewing our permit with CDFW for an additional 10 years and expanding that to become a master agreement that will allow us to do larger types of projects, larger culvert repairs, and also slightly larger restoration projects under these maintenance permits. And so that permit's going to be issued later this month for another 10-year term. And the other permits are still good through the end of this year, and we'll be renewing them. And they're all on a clear path for renewal for next year. So by the time we get to next year, we'll still have full coverage from all the agencies. But one of the challenges this year is there were new projects that had to be permitted because of all the storm damage. So this year we had over 250 projects submitted by operations to try to be permitted for this season. Now, there are some challenges with capacity, and we can only build a certain number of projects, but 25 of those new storm-related projects had to be added to the list. And so we will have authorization for new 25 storm-related culvert repair projects, in addition to about 60 debris removal projects. These numbers have gone up a little bit since we put the slide together. And we're actually applying for authorization to do over 100 projects within jurisdictional areas this year, but we still do have a bit of a backlog, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in our goals for 24. But also we're working to permit additional areas of vegetation management. So we're working with the fire department and operations and planning to plan for a much more fire work to reduce fuel loads in our parklands. So we'll be coming to the board in July with authorization under the Cal Vegetation Treatment Program, EIR, looking for your approval of an addendum to that EIR to allow us to do another 2,400 acres of vegetation management. This will expand our ability to protect our forested lands, but also our grassland and our scrublands throughout the park district. We have a real need to manage habitat within our grassland areas and manage scrub encroachment at the same time, reducing fuels in our forested lands. So we're actively working to acquire those permits and to get the authorization to do that work. Also continuing to manage for nutrients in Lake Temescal and Lake Anza to reduce harmful algal blooms. It's been a really challenging year for that because of all the additional rainfall this year. Usually we try to start our treatments for the summer season after the rainfall ends. And so we've had to do it a little bit later than we wanted to do it this year. And unfortunately, we've got a toxic algae bloom at Lake Temescal. But we're working on that to get more treatments in those places and to really reduce those algal bloom incidents. And you will hear more about that at the board site tour coming up when you tour Lake Anza. We'll talk more about the hypolimnetic oxidation system there in the lake and what we're doing at that lake to reduce harmful algal blooms. And so also working to implement priority pond restoration projects and water development projects to increase resiliency. So we've appropriated much more funding to that last few years, and we're doing a lot more projects to improve our ponds and improve water so we can spread out cattle on the landscape and also just improve habitat for endangered species. This year, we're also going to, as you've heard about, many of you heard, we are working on creating a fine-scale vegetation map for both Alameda and Contra Costa County. This has been a great accomplishment, getting grant funding through CAL FIRE and many other public agencies. CAL FIRE was the big initial funder, and then many other agencies have come in and provided funding so we can create this map. The full map won't be available till 2025, but this year, one component of that map will be a wildfire risk map for both Alameda and Contra Costa County. So we'll have that later this year, and that will really help inform our strategy and other areas that we need to acquire permits for in the future, do more strategic fuel management. So that's an exciting new data product, and we're looking forward to really using that to improve our fuel management. And the third thing we're going to be starting this fall is an oak restoration project in partnership with the California Native Plant Society. So they recently got a settlement from a developer, and part of that is restoring oaks. And so we've identified several project sites within Tilden and other parks where we need to plant more oaks and to plant areas where we're removing vegetation and also putting in more oaks that are more resilient to fire. And so we're excited about that and looking to do many more of those projects in the coming years. So one of our big challenges leading into 24 is going to be the permitting and biological assessment and resource management for all the FEMA projects. So I mentioned earlier that we had to add a bunch of projects to our maintenance list this year. Well, this year, And in previous years, we started really kind of catching up on the backlog with all those maintenance permits in place. Well, this year kind of set us back a couple of years and several years. And so we're really planning to take a more strategic look at this work. And so we're going to be planning to meet with MAST or maintenance and also with operations staff and talk really about what and design and construction staff too, because there's a lot of challenges with some of these newer projects and needing more design support. So we're planning to meet later this year to start being trying to be more strategic. And how can we create we often call our program Trails, Creeks, and Ponds. That's our affectionate name for our maintenance program. But how do we create a TCP 2.0, as we call it? Is how do we improve that and make more efficiencies in that program and get to some of these larger projects that they're challenging to do? And then how do we, when we're doing those projects, how are we making them resilient so we don't have to come back and maintain them year after year? So when we put these projects in place, they'll last for 20, 30 years. And so we're not constantly maintaining the same site. So we're looking forward to that expanded effort and refining those efforts around routine maintenance projects. We've also got, and this next bullet is got a lot of general things that implement forest and grassland resiliency restoration projects, pond restoration and water development, and also riparian protection and aquatic habitat restoration. We've got numerous projects in all of these areas, and I don't have time to talk about them, but we will be coming to the Natural Cultural Resources Committee later this year with many updates on a lot of these projects and a lot of things we're working on. But one thing you did hear about that we're excited to start later this year is a program with STRAW, Students and Teachers Restoring a Watershed, which is a new endeavor for us. And so we're excited about that. And we're also excited about the money we have to do a lot more pond restoration. So we're really being able to expand our small restoration projects. Also needing to expand our programs for nutrient management in lakes and reservoirs. We talked about we're doing that, but we need to put more effort and more staff time into coming up with treatment plans and how we manage our reservoirs to reduce the harmful algal blooms. And the same thing for managing our grassland habitat. I mentioned that earlier, things we're doing this year, but we're seeing a lot of scrub encroachment and we're losing a lot of grassland habitat. And one thing that's going to also help us in that management on my last bullet is we got a grant last year from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for about $800,000 to do on the ground fine scale grassland mapping. So I talked about the fine scale veg map before. That's a aerial map that has LIDAR and other things. This fine scale mapping is on the ground, actual mapping and looking at our native plants in our grassland areas. And so we're going to be able to really expand our knowledge throughout numerous parts of the park district through this grant from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. So it's really exciting. And then another thing we're working on as a big priority for 24 is remediation and management of some of our sites with contamination. And so I know the Burrell property probably should be on 23 because we're looking to remediate that fuel tank later this year. But with the Anthony Chabot and working that area, how we're going to use it in long term, we're finalizing a risk assessment and characterization study, and we'll be coming to the board later this year to talk about future land uses of that site and how we will implement the full remediation plan. But a lot of happening in stewardship, but it's an exciting time and just happy to be here. So next, I think we have is it Mike Reeves and from Land Acquisition. We'll get an update on land acquisition efforts.
Thanks, Matt. Good afternoon, Mike Reeves, Chief of Land Acquisition. And our group is the smallest of the departments in ASD. We have 6 in all. And you had the opportunity to be reintroduced to our team at the first of the board study sessions this year on April 25. And on that, in that study session, we also did a deep dive with you into formalizing the process and the establishing a criteria for evaluating and funding land acquisition opportunities. So that was a great opportunity for the land team to work with the board. I have just a few highlights for this year that I wanted to put up there as examples of 2 themes: time and partnerships. So we'll start with the first one, the first bullet there. We acquired earlier this year, the 768-acre Finley Road Ranch property at Morgan Territory. The time component of that, as it is the case with many land acquisition opportunities, is that it takes time for these to germinate. And we can go back about 25 years on this one, when the Park District was in partnership, and this is the partnership component for this that carried forward to this year with, say, Mount Diablo and others to fend off a development proposal up in Riggs Canyon. So at that time, we first established contact with the family that owns this ranch. So fast forward to this year, and again partnering with Save Mount Diablo, a tremendous fundraising effort, and success in acquiring this property. The next item is the Harvey Ranch, 126 acre Harvey Ranch property, which is right next to St. Mary's College. And we have a regional trail that goes through there, and it's very close in proximity to the Las Trampas Wilderness Open Space Preserve. That one, the timing on that goes back many, many years, and that was the result of the good work of our partner in that instance, which is John Muir Land Trust, which had worked over decades to establish a working relationship with the Harvey family. Fast forward to 2023, and JMLT had an agreement to purchase and preserve this 126 acres. The Park District had a role in this. We could step in and facilitate that acquisition and transfer of the property to John Muir, reserving back for ourselves trail easements and conservation easements. The next bullet just speaks to our department's work in supporting other divisions and departments within the Park District. So AGM Susan Shu reported on the success of securing a new headquarters, a new home for the Regional Parks Foundation staff. And the land department had a role in negotiating that lease for the space, which is at Stone Ridge Business Center, very close next door, really, to the Creative Design Group unit of the Park District. And the last one is a pending acquisition, which staff anticipates will be coming to the board later this year. And that's the 538 acre Christie Ranch Road property at Rancho Pinole. And that's another one where time-wise, that goes back at least 20 years as well. And when we first established, before my time, all of these established relationships with the owner developer of that property and started the conversations. The plan for the owner was not to develop the property, but to have it as a mitigation property. And the machinations for that have taken years to mature and develop to the point where now the owner anticipates that final regulatory agency approvals will be coming in the next few months, which will be the trigger then for staff to be able to bring this to the board for consideration for acquisition. Looking into next year, we have underway numerous active negotiations for the acquisition of land and other real property rights, trail easements, and the like. So you can read there. There are several parks and preserves that are mentioned. That's a partial list of where we have active negotiations underway, but those are kind of the main areas where those negotiations are occurring. And any of those can, back to the time element, could break through at any point and would be an opportunity that we can then bring forward to the board for consideration. The second bullet identifies several regional trails where we are, again, active in negotiating the either extension or to close the gaps, significant gaps in existing regional trail systems. Those are the major ones there on the list. And this is also, again, a component of how the land department supports other divisions, other departments. So here we're supporting the trails group in getting that right of way. That's the critical first step before you can go forward with planning and design and construction of new trail. Third bullet there, again, supporting other divisions within the agency. We are part of the team that includes public safety and finance and business services, management services on creating a potential new lease arrangement with Livermore Airport, as was reported previously by police chief. And last item there is this goes back to planning for the plan. Well, next year, as part of the master plan update process, the land acquisition team will be participating in that through its own effort, its own initiative on developing a regional parks strategic action plan in concert with that master plan update. And that was rolled out to the board at that April 25th study session by AGM Ken Wysocki. So we're all looking forward to being part of that larger, more global process within the agency towards strategic thinking, in this case for land acquisition opportunities. And that's my part of it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Acting Chief of Design and Construction, Ren Bates.
Thanks, Mike. As been stated previously in this presentation, I am Acting Chief of Design and Construction, Ren Bates. Just to make sure I'm just acting. I will go over a couple of things. I was here about one of these previous study sessions, so we've heard enough of me talk. But the accomplishments we are trying to get done this year, Sibley, we all were out there for a board tour. It's in its final stretches, a couple of utilities. We need to get PG&E out there to make a connection. It's wrapping up. It looks beautiful. It's been a long time coming, but it is a huge success. It's been touted pretty recently in several, on not only our board tour, but the Together Bay Area took a tour out there. So it's being well received already. We're working with stewardship to finalize the management and the establishment of all the plants that we planted out there and contract growth to minimize Phytophthora. So we're coordinating with them on that. We're anticipating the completion of the Roberts Pool renovation and the Coyote Hills Service Yard. Those are both very important projects to us, and we're endeavoring to get those accomplished and complete. And then looking forward into our 2024 efforts, amongst working on all of our project lists that we do have. We want to continue the development of the project prioritization, which we talked about at the last study session. And part of that will be looking at, as mentioned also, a lot of the new storm damage that has come up. We're looking at what projects are large enough that they would warrant coming to design and construction to work on. So that, as Matt alluded to in his topic, there's a lot of storm damage. And so we're coordinating with maintenance and skilled trades, operations, and business finance and management services in terms of finalizing that list and parsing out who can do what. So we'll fold that into the prioritization process as well. And then again, following up on our to developing the 5-year capital improvement plan, and that will be as an augment to the budget book. So we'll be continuing efforts on that next year. This bullet is our main bread and butter. We're going to continue all of our project delivery, including the Thurgood Marshall Regional Park. That's what TMRP stands for, south of Bailey Road. We are internally developing a concept plan for that, hoping to go out to RFP for a consultant to help us do contract documents at the end of this year. And then in 2024, we'll develop contract documents and permitting and hopefully start construction on that either at the end of next year or in 2025. Lastly, we're going to look into, in 2023, we want to bring back to you the design build policy to the board this year so that we can implement that and start to use that as a reminder, the legislature gave us authority to do design build, which is a different construction delivery method. And one of the projects we'd like to do on that is the Point Pinole Service Yard. So that's one we would like to get the board to adopt that policy so that we can move forward and use that delivery method for the Point Pinole Service Yard. That one is, we're going to use the Coyote Hills as a model for that in terms of the building, but we have to do all the site development. And so it is prime as a project to do with design build. So that's what we're looking forward to. We have a long list of projects. Again, if anyone wants, I can give you our work plan. That's what we continue to do in 2023 and 2024 is develop plans for preliminary planning, permitting and design, and then go into construction. I believe that is, I'll turn it back over to Brian to wrap it up for us. Thank you.
That does wrap us up for acquisition, stewardship, and development. We're all here available to answer any questions. And thank you all again for your continued support. This is obviously very high level and a whirlwind of a lot of projects. We have the pleasure of being before you often and frequently, and we always appreciate all of the board support. So thank you very much.
Member Rosario.
Just a comment really is, I mean, I'm not going to ask questions here because like you said, you make yourselves available to the board members, and I really appreciate all of that, all the communication throughout the year. So thank you. Looking forward to getting all these projects completed.
Thank you.
Member Corbett.
You may not need to answer this question, but for example, this new abbreviation TMRT, which was explained, is there a chart somewhere that has these abbreviations and their full names that you can make available to us?
I don't know that there's one chart that exists, and I also know that there have been different abbreviations for different parks applied in all sorts of different departments.
Yes.
So that is probably a conversation that we could have with Susan and others in terms of how we standardize some of that. But yeah, there's not necessarily something available now.
Yeah, it'd be really great to have something like that so we could just go look it up instead of bugging you guys for the answers, and just have it someplace. Yeah, it'd be great. Thank you very much for looking at that.
Member Sanwan.
Thanks so much for the overview. I guess I have a question about the next, my first question will be about the next board session, number 2 in July. So what's the tentative agenda for that session and what will we be doing?
So, and it's President Waspy and I will have some more conversation about this, but right now, tentatively, it's for us to hear from each of you. And so that you can give us, similar to what we did last year, and I know you weren't here, so I apologize. We had each of the board members was able to go through and kind of talk about your interest. I'm calling them interests, not necessarily priorities, because it's not a ranking opportunity. But really so that we can get in advance of 2024, the things that are at the top of your list.
And then my follow-up to that is how that ties into the 5-year CIP planning process, and then also this master plan process that I know right now we're in the planning stages of during 2023 to launch in 2024.
Yeah, so let me answer the first one first, or that second one first. Which is we'll be coming to you all in the fall, I believe, and Ken and Brian and I are talking about exactly when to give you an update on kind of the plan for the plan. So that's coming in the fall. I think we were talking about the executive committee, but it's probably the full board. It is probably for efficiency's sake, but I'll talk to Dennis about what his preference is. So that's, and they're already working away on that. So there's a lot of good work that we're going to bring in front of you. And just to give you a little bit of a teaser, the plan for the plan does involve very, very active involvement from each of the board members, is our proposal. So hope that you guys are up for it, because we really need your help on it, and a lot of real community engagement that's going to be part of that alongside all of our employees. On what was the first question? I'm sorry.
CIP.
Oh, on the CIP.
Yeah.
So in July, that is an opportunity, and I think I've mentioned that to several of you, for you, if there are specific projects that you want to highlight for us as, these are real priorities of yours, even if they're ones that are already on our work plan or you've already made mention of it, to say it again is very, very helpful. We're going to be working on looking at the existing project list and the scoring, and that will come in front of you as part of your budget process. So the next session is great for you to get those on the record. I think I've got a good sense of what most of those are, but it would be great to get them on the record.
That's helpful to hear. And then following up on the master plan specifically, it might be helpful, and I don't know if this would be something for me to do individually one-to-one, but just to get an overview of the previous master plans and what was covered in that. I know it's available on the website, so it's something I can review on my own, but also just to kind of get that voiceover, and then also get a sense of, and this is where I think maybe if not a board meeting, at least one-to-one, just, what did we accomplish? What did we not accomplish? And certainly different factors come into play in terms of progress, but it's just good to kind of have that history, I think, before going into a full master planning process.
Yeah, and I know that Brian is ready with all of that because I've
Okay,
seen a
that'll be
little
part of it.
preview of kind of the history of the plans and how it coincides with the evolution of the park district. So he's got a great visual actually that shows each of those inflection points, and we are right at our next one. So we'll make sure that we include all of those comments in the presentation.
That's great. And then my final point related to the master plan, and this is something that I've been doing a lot of work on, is thinking about carbon emissions accounting and sustainability planning. And I'm not sure if that's a component that's been considered to be a part of the master planning process and something that we may want to integrate into the park district going forward. I'm just curious, is that something that has been discussed in regards to the master plan?
I'll not necessarily discussed as part of the master plan. I think the master plan, it's sort of a question of, how do we integrate these other efforts, whether it's a trail strategic plan or, a sustainability plan, others. I will say we've done a lot of work regarding carbon accounting and trying to really understand the park district and our role in terms of climate action planning, that sort of thing. The park district is different than, say, a city or a municipality or a lot of other agencies, and that our climate exposure is really, we're harboring the risks in terms of wildfire or sea level rise, and we're also, a net carbon store. And so we have done a fair amount of that work, something I can give you an update on and some of the history there. And I'm sure a lot of it will be referenced in the master plan, and there'll be sort of guidance for additional work.
Just out of curiosity, I haven't actually looked at the 2013 master plan. Was it mentioned at all in the 2013?
At a very high level.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments from Member Corbett?
I just have a quick question. Since we'll be looking at this next meeting, what our priorities are. I was just looking at the calendar to determine when that meeting is. I know we've been asked whether we're available or not, but could you share that? The best thing is to know when you need this information in order to be ready to put that all together.
So this is Director Corbett. This is part of your master calendar, and the date shows as July the 21st.
Okay, that doesn't show on the regular calendar that's printed for us on the email. There's nothing on that date. Did you say July 21st or June?
July 21st.
Let me see. Yeah, it's not in our calendars. So it's July 21st, but it'd be great to have that information and let us know when you'd like our list so they can be ready to go.
Yeah, just to be efficient here, I can just tell you, we don't need them ahead of time. So
Okay.
yeah, you can just bring that to the board meeting.
Okay, and someone will fix the calendar. So
I will send out a reminder. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? Where's Colin? Okay, thank you for your great presentation. Thanks for all the great work you do. Matt, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you jogged my memory. So
Why we're here.
I hope I don't know the answers. What happened to the fine bubbler gig down at Lake Anza that was going to solve all the algae problems? Did it work?
It's been much improved in the last year. Will it
Fantastic. That's all I
work?
wanted to hear. Thank you.
We're getting improved results. I think when we put it in, the issue was, I think we were a little over aggressive in trying to oxygenate it too much, and we mixed the lake in the first year, and that created some issues. Last year, it was a different reason. We were closed for other maintenance and ADA improvements. And so last year, the Azolla covered the lake, an aquatic fern. And so that kind of shaded the lake, and we didn't have, and that really reduced the algal blooms because the Azolla use a lot of the nutrients and captured a lot of the solar radiation at the top. So, and this year things are doing okay right now. So we'll see, but you'll get to see it and hear more all about the operation at the board site tour coming up, I think next Friday.
Excellent. Good to hear. Thank you. I guess that's it. And there are no members of the public. We are moving right along to Finance and Management Services.
Good afternoon. Deborah Ocker, Assistant General Manager of Finance and Management Services. You want to help me, Dave? Oh, good. Then I can start talking. Great. Good afternoon. I hope you all had your cookies and coffee because it's going to hit you right now. But here, this photo is of the full team. We were at the Botanic Garden at Tilden, and we just have a great team. I'm really thankful for them. I'm also glad to be in the middle of this presentation. You've heard from a lot of my colleagues, and we are an internal service in Finance and Management Services. So we have some of the same, things happening and challenges as the rest of the district. In Finance and Management Services, we focus on fiscal management, customer service, accountability and transparency, supporting district operations, solvency, and implementing efficiencies. So as the chief said, I like what he said, that this place is complex, right? It's always been so wonderful that the Park District is so complex, and the fiscal responsibility is a shared responsibility. So I'm kind of stealing from the chief. He said both of those things, and I really think that's powerful. So here, management, Finance and Management Services, we cover the finance department, grants, information services, office services, and then management services. And we have had some challenges this year in the area of staff turnover. So we have 7 new team members in our division, 3 promotions, and just throughout the year, we had 14 vacancies. So we're feeling a little bit like we haven't had the opportunity to really implement new things, just because we are really bringing in fantastic new people and training them and keeping up. Also, just the growth of the district that you've heard from the other divisions. So we're a total of 55 FTEs, and you can see here kind of the breakdown of our departments. And we are working very much on enhancing the finance department operations, working with other divisions to implement the behind the scenes structures that they need to put in to place all of their management organizational changes. Storm recovery, we're kind of the hub of that. I have a few slides on that at the end. And then in IS, we're working on our IS strategic plan. So I'll go over some of those details department by department. So in finance, I'm happy to report we continue to get our awards, our government finance organization awards for both sides of our calendar year, our budgeting and our audited financial reports. So I'm very proud of that. This year, it'll be coming to you in July, our audit, and we did have to implement another one of those big GASBs, those governmental accounting standards statements that they put forward on leases. So that always is a big challenge for us. We were very successful. We met with the auditors and the general manager, and we have a clean bill of health on the audit that'll be coming forward to the finance committee and then the full board. Also, we're in preparation for doing a finance department strategic plan. As the district is growing, you've heard the general manager repeat that, you've seen it. We just want to see how can we be right-sized in the finance department? How can we be implementing best practices and see what our real staffing needs are? We're in the process of implementing the sustainable purchasing policy that was adopted by the board and other policy updates like our fraud policy, our internal audit charter, and we're working with ops on a cost allocation plan for the first time. So, we've been working very closely with IS on this strategic planning for IS. And as we're looking at our full finance ERP system, which also includes HR, we're seeing that we've had this same system for a long time and it's time to go to market. So these are one of our challenges that we're looking forward to in the next couple of years, is doing a request for proposal for a new system. We'll certainly ask our current vendor to propose, but we're seeing that we have some needs, either upgrading what we have or going out and getting something that's a little more robust. So that's on our horizon of challenges. We're just needing more data management and reporting tools, forecasting reporting tools than we've currently had. We'll be bringing forward a recommendation to finance the reconstruction of the Peralta Oaks North building. We're working with the general manager's office on kind of assessing a district-wide procurement. Should it be centralized? Should it be decentralized? That process. And then just figuring out, are there ways to make our internal services more robust by creating new internal service funds? Also, we have a lot of repeat work. So a lot of our stuff is recurring. And so we'll be going out for requests for proposal for banking, for new auditors, actuaries, and deferred compensation within the next 12 months. We'll be kind of looking at that 5-year or so cycle of vendors that we have. So that's a little bit about the finance side. We're doing great. Our team members are excited. Like I said, we just have a lot of changes in the finance team. And Deborah Spalding is our assistant finance officer. She's on vacation right now, but she's heading up the finance department along with our new budget manager, who I also asked to be acting assistant finance officer while we have a vacancy, Janelyn Boyano. So just to wrap that up, you can see that there's been growth in and changes in staffing throughout the district, and there's been growth in just transactional stuff. So you can see our accounts payable, our payment of bills has grown in the last 3 years. On the payroll side, we have more employees. This chart does not reflect all the internal movements, all the transfers, promotions, actors. And so that just creates, there's just more transactions than there used to be. On the information services side, we have our CIO, our Chief Information Officer, David Rusting, is on the line with us today. He's been here for almost 1.5 years, and he really is, I think we're very proud of the customer service that we provide in the IS department. We have really good ratings when we do our annual customer survey, and he has been working very hard on this strategic plan. So through the process, it's a district-wide process. We've identified 35 applications that are needs or desires of the district. Historically, we've kind of been able to implement 1 or 2 at a time, but you can see with that magnitude of work, 35 applications being out there as a need, that we're going to have to look at our level of resources and probably, I think we're pretty under-resourced in that area of implementing new applications. The district is no longer analog, right? We used to, there was maybe a computer in a park office. Today, everything is, has technology related, from the sprinkler systems to the cameras, pretty much everything out there. So just a lot more need for information services to be part of the project teams for all the projects out in the parks, and the implementation for the things that are to help staff do their work. And hybrid meetings, we've been a big part of that, implementing that with the clerk of the board's office. David Rusting has really been working with his vendors in IS and gotten district-wide contracts and the best pricing and things like that that we didn't have before. He's been implementing improvements to our backup systems to reduce risk, looking at asset management. We have so many more mobile devices. Again, we used to have a computer that would sit on a desk. It wouldn't go anywhere. Now everybody has these mobile devices. So lots to do there, and lots of new policies and procedures and best practices to implement along with this implementation of the strategic plan, which we do feel will come to the board in the fall with some recommendations. Certainly part of the budget will include some of the recommendations for next year in that area. Office services. So this is a team of 10 people that basically manage this building. They manage the Trudeau site and central stores. And they've been doing a great amount of work. As you know, we added about 11 new workstations to this building in the first part of the year, and they really are very respectful and sensitive. People's workspaces are very personal, and they did a great job in doing that. As you heard earlier, we've assisted the Regional Park Foundation with moving to their new location. Actually, they're in a temporary location right now, and we're helping them get set up in their new office space. Also, the talk of the building across the street, when that comes online, office services will be staffing that, and that'll be about 4 or 5 new positions that'll be required to maintain and staff that building. They're doing lots of great improvements in central stores and uniform tracking and the implementing of our sustainable purchasing policy. So that is office services. Grants, you do get to hear from Katie Hornbeck pretty often. She and her team have been really cranking out grant applications, been really good at getting caught up on submitting for invoices. As Jeff Rasmussen and Katie will say, we get paid for the projects we complete, not for the grants that were awarded. So we do have to take it all the way from application to completion of projects to be really successful. They're doing a great job at participating in the district's 30 by 30 initiative and really seeking out any funding that would be available through that program. They had some turnover in their department, so they're fully staffed now and in good shape. Also, they're kind of leading up the storm disaster recovery with Jeff Rasmussen as the lead. So with that, I'm going to kind of speak on behalf of all the divisions about the storm damage process. And it's an ongoing thing, right? We had our last storm was in 2017. We've had this recent one in this year, 2023. And we do see this happening and recurring. So you can see by this chart, it's, all hands on deck when we were talking about storm recovery from risk management. Matt Grau talked about all the stewardship responsibilities in that area. And so it is, it's a big undertaking. Jeff has been out in the field with FEMA doing inspections. Similar to last time we had a storm, FEMA is, I think they're very busy. It took them about 6 months to get out here to even start the inspection process. We imagine, as it was similar to last time, that it'll take 3 years to get through the permanent projects. So as you'll hear, operations also is so involved, the operations division, in all of the emergency recover, the debris removal, and working on these creeks, ponds, and trails projects. MAST is working on those. So, they're very instrumental. It takes up a lot of their time. It distracts from all of the major work that they're doing. And we are working very closely with FEMA to keep them. I mean, Jeff is sending emails every day, but they require that they come out and do their inspections, put in a report afterwards, and then we respond to that report before we can even start work. So we will identify the culvert repairs that need to be done right away. We will identify the permanent projects that we can start design work on, but also another Jeffism is it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We'll get through it. It'll take time. We've done this before. But just wanted to be the spokesperson to let you know that FEMA does take up a big chunk and distract from some of the other projects that we have going on, the disaster recovery. So that's all I have today. We're working very much with the general manager's office in long-term planning, tweaks to our budget process, and continuing to just implement efficiencies where we can. I'm happy to.
Great. Thank you, Deborah. Any questions, comments? Member Rosario.
Thank you. Just regarding the storm relief, is there a triage where I'm sure it's done? I'm just asking just for rhetorical. About which projects are determined to be FEMA projects and versus what we just go ahead and do?
Yeah, we meet regularly, and we have a list of all of the projects, which we did prioritize high, medium, low. That's been reviewed by AGMs and provided to the general manager. And we do say some of the creek, pond, and trail projects, we will be just doing them because they were already on our list, and we're not going to wait for FEMA. But then some, maybe the larger ones, we want to make sure that we're in line to get reimbursed for funding. So we're always doing that assessment. Is this something that needs to get done? Can we work with FEMA on it, or do we need to do it quicker?
Okay. And then just to follow up, probably more from Matt, is when when there's a state of emergency declared, I mean, do we have to go, I mean, if there's projects that we can do ourselves, do we have to go through permit process for those?
I believe everything requires a permit process. Yeah.
Yes, and it depends. I mean, if it's there's different processes for the different levels. So I mean, I think one thing, it's a simple thing, it's probably not the best example, but for debris removal, we've got an abbreviated process for getting that approved. It's much more simple this year. But for like a larger failure of something, if we lost access to certain property, if there was life threatened by that loss, then we could just get an emergency authorization. And then things that were a fault of the emergency, but aren't necessarily immediately creating unsafe conditions, then they have to go through the normal process. Sometimes we've done it with FEMA before, they have been able to get the biological opinion for us and some of the federal permits, and then we get the other permits. But I think for some of them, we'll have to get all the permits. For others, so it's kind of, I guess, basically it depends.
Yeah. Worked under different circumstances than the old days. Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Olivia.
Yeah, I have a question about the local purchase preference policy. I know we talked about this a little bit when we were discussing the environmentally preferable purchasing policy. Is that something that's still ongoing? And more specifically, you know, I thought about this when you mentioned the finance HR system. And, you know, I'm thinking in terms of the local preference policy, you know, would that then expand? And also you mentioned the vendors, you know, would that include those types of decisions?
So our environmentally sustainable purchasing policy does talk about the, you know, from the beginning of a purchase all the way to disposition. And so that's kind of how we rank the local preferences. We don't have anything in our policies currently requiring a preference, but it is a practice of the district. And then,
yeah, and I'll follow up on that. It is something that is on our larger work plan to look into that. Just, you know, there's some legal questions that Lynn and I have talked about that need a little bit of research about kind of what our flexibility is here as a special district versus another, you know, you see those much more commonly in cities and counties. So it is on our work plan first within our offices, and then we would be bringing some ideas to the board.
Okay, that's helpful. And then I'm just curious in terms of the information system IT strategic plan. I know that that's underway. What's the timeline in terms of when we'll see that on the board?
We want to bring it forward before we get too far in the budget process. So we're thinking the fall. I don't know if David Rusting has any other highlights he wants to provide. He's here on the screen. David?
Sure. David Rusting, Chief Information Officer. Yeah, we're currently, I'd say I wouldn't say the final stretches, but we're in the review sections for our strategic plan, including the initiatives, the technical infrastructure, and the budgeting proposals around it. The goal is to complete that through in late July, possibly into August, and prep that up so that it can be then reviewed with management and with the board. And then we'll just figure out when we can schedule it on it for our board presentation.
Excellent. And then thinking back to the previous section when we talked a little bit about the master plan, when we have some of these other strategic plans, I'm guessing that one of our ways of organizing all these different strategic plans is there might be a mention of it in the master plan and then just a link to that strategic plan.
Yeah, so that's a great question or comment and slash question. So actually, Deputy General Manager Jim O'Connor, part of his project list was to actually just start to compile a list of there are some of these strategic plans kind of all over the district, and then working as we go through the plan for the plan about how those are kind of plug into it. So I would say, I don't really want to say exactly how it's going to get incorporated yet. We're really in the beginning stages of it. Jim, I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's interesting all these terminologies we use around plans, right? So the master plan is really your highest level policy document, right? It really takes our public mission and sets some priorities for us to look at. I mean, all of you know that. I'm speaking to the choir here. The strategic plannings that we've been looking at that General Manager Landreth asked me to look at are we take that as staff, then we get your priorities from the master plan, and then we figure out how best to implement those priorities and those projects and those ideas. And so that's what strategic plans are really about. It's really staff's way of saying how best to implement what's been directed through the master planning process. So those are really internal management plans about how to do things. But we obviously share those with you about how we're thinking about how to do things more efficiently and setting some priorities around that. So that's kind of just a talk on terminology. So how those will relate to the master plan is really, we'll look at it from the other way. So we're going to look at how the master plan goals and priorities, at the highest level. And then we're going to take that and look at how to best do that in terms of how we're organized, staffing levels, procedures, policies, all of those things come right from the top, from the master plan down. So that's how we see it relating to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none. Thank you, Deborah, for your presentation. I just want to point it out that I keep forgetting all the great things you do in your department. And I'm reminded as I look at Dave Butler, who saves my bacon every day and seems to save everybody's bacon around here, and your entire IS staff really do a great job. And they're behind the scenes, and we can see Dave clicking you guys on and getting you in the right direction. And even before everybody gets here, he's doing it to us. So I appreciate their work. And
we appreciate they are small but mighty. Thank you.
All right. We'll move now to human resources.
Good afternoon, President Waspy, members of the board, Allison Cook, Assistant General Manager of HR, and I will be presenting with Janelle Rodriguez, Chief of Workforce Development, and Alma Balmas, Risk Manager, who's hiding behind me. We are here to talk about human resources priorities and all the work that we have been doing, much like the Finance and Management Services Division. We're internal service providers, so a lot of our priorities remain the same, but it's a lot of work. So this photo, I liked this photo. Thanks, Janelle. It reminds me that it's nice to get out in the park. I think field staff have a lot more fun at times than us sitting behind a desk at a computer. But human resources is essential. It allows us to focus on the workforce, to honor them and respect all the work that they do for the Park District. So the first priority is recruiting and developing a workforce of excellence, and Janelle is going to talk a little bit about that.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Janelle Rodriguez, your Chief of Workforce Development. Again, here to talk about recruiting and developing a workforce of excellence. And in terms of recruitment, our number one priority is almost always filling vacancies. Our Park District has 956.7 budgeted full-time equivalent positions. I just want to point out FTEs, budgeted full-time equivalents, is not a head count. That's head count would be the number of employees we have, but FTE is full-time equivalent. So if you got some part-timers in there, our head count goes well over 1,000 for the year. So with that many employees, we have extraordinary efforts taking place in our recruitment unit and our small staff of 4 in that small unit. In the last year, they have hired 91 regular employees and 135 seasonal employees, 226 new hires in 1 year. That's incredible numbers for a staff of 4 to be accomplishing. So I'm very proud of those efforts in the last year. The way they're able to do that is through, we use a software program called NeoGov, and that's our applicant tracking system. That's how we, we post opportunities, how we get applications in and whatnot. And we were able to, really streamline our processes by expanding our software capabilities. One of the things that we're implementing like right now, which is very exciting, is streamlining our background check process and integrating it with that software. If you were hired in the last year, you were contacted manually by a person on our staff to go out and get your background check. And through NeoGov, we can now do that sort of automatically through the software, which will be a great efficiency boost. Another feature that I'm really excited about is we've activated our text message feature. A lot of folks in the younger generation, they're not really checking their emails. Sounds crazy to me because I'm attached to my email, but most folks, they are attached to their phones. And so we now have the capability to text applicants, let them know where they are in the process, let them know if they've moved to the next stage of the process, let them know they're scheduled for an interview or to log online and schedule their interview. So those are exciting features that we've been able to implement, and we're literally implementing like this week. These two that I just named. Another great development that I know our board of directors is excited to hear is the relaunch of our apprenticeship program. Just as an overview, we are accredited with the state of California to have apprenticeships for 4 classifications listed above. We've been working with our maintenance and skills trades folks to identify which of those 4 would be the best classifications to relaunch our apprenticeship program. And the heavy equipment operator was identified. And tomorrow, literally tomorrow, these are all things happening right now in real time. Tomorrow, we're meeting with our AFSCME committee to get input on the relaunch of the program. And we are anticipating maybe in the next month to be able to actually post internally this apprenticeship for heavy equipment operator. Excuse me. So of course, we're going to make that opportunity available internally first. Hopefully we'll get some internal folks and we don't have to go to the outside, but then that's always an option as well to help us develop talent from within. Also relaunched last year was our internship program, and very exciting. We had a really big push for summer interns this year. 19 summer internship opportunities currently filled or being filled. Thank you. Ate a cookie and didn't have anything to wash it down with. So 19 summer internship opportunities this year. And I'm really excited to see the feedback we get from those interns. We really see, well, not only the apprenticeships, but the interns, that's a pipeline for our future workforce. They start here at the Park District. They get to enjoy their summer here and see how awesome it is to work at the Park District, and then later become applicants for permanent positions. So that's exciting to see as well. I'll hand it back to Allison.
Another priority is not just recruiting, but we also want to make sure that everyone stays here. So we don't have more vacancies to fill. So a priority of HR that is consistent every year is retaining a workforce of excellence. So how do we do that? Last year, we presented on the new employee orientation. We presented stats on how new employee orientation is directly related to retention of your workforce. And we have been very fortunate to have a monthly new employee orientation since last year. All of our employees that were hired during COVID have gone through NEO. That is about 220 employees. So that is a significant amount of our workforce that has gone through this monthly program. It is an all-day event that has all of our AGMs and many chiefs involved. They come every month to one of our parks and they present to our new employees where they get to hear about our mission, our history, each of our divisions and what we do. And we've gotten tremendous feedback on this program, and it ends with a park tour. So we also get to highlight what we do best, which is we get to work and be out in parks. So we're very excited about that. We are continuing it on a monthly basis and we'll continue to do so. So I want to thank all the AGMs and chiefs and managers who participate in this. It really is a group effort, because if it was just HR standing up there and talking about policies and rules, no one's going to want to hear it. sorry, pardon? Oh, yes, of course, Sabrina goes. They love hearing from her. We play an interview that she did when she first started at the Park District. So again, also the deputy general managers are there. So it really is a team effort. The other thing that we're working on is performance appraisal automation. During COVID, we saw our performance appraisal rate plummet to rates that none of us are very proud of, whether it be because managers and supervisors weren't doing them or they just weren't making it to HR. Either way, it's a problem. So what we've decided to do is through Summit, which is our training program, is we are going to automate this, which means it's going to be all digital. It's going to have reminders, email reminders. So there's no excuse when a manager and supervisor does not do a performance appraisal. So we are going to start with management and confidential employees in the fall. And then we're going to roll it out next summer to all employees. This summer, we are going to do pilot with HR and some employees in operations to make sure that this program works for our field staff, which it's really important that they understand how to use it and it works for them. Because if it doesn't work for them, it's not going to help our performance appraisal rate improve. So we're really excited about that and hoping that our employees will get the feedback that they deserve.
I just want to chime in on that really quickly because I know this is something that the board has raised in both private meetings, but also up here at the dais. It's something also, yes, we need the tools to be able to do this and make sure it works for people. But also it's really instituting a true sense of accountability around completing these. So it's something Allison and I really looking at the AGMs and putting it at the top of their list of making sure that throughout their divisions, this is actually happening. So there's the online piece of it, but then there's the offline piece of it that's really, kind of on us to hold them accountable. So I just want to put that up.
And in line with that, when we roll this out, we're also going to be doing a lot of training, not just about how to do them, but why they are so important to staff to really incentivize managers and supervisors to do it. So we're not going to just roll it out and hope people understand. We're going to train them and really try to enforce the importance of appraisals for everybody. So moving on to retaining, we are going to restart the service awards. They're back by popular demand, along with the belt buckles that I cannot tell you how many times I've heard about belt buckles since I got here. And it may be the only accomplishment I personally have, but they're back. And so we're really hopeful that the board will participate in the service awards. We've already sent out an email hoping that you will join us in one or multiple events to honor our employees. We honor them for starting with their 5 years all the way up to 30, 35, 40, which we've had some employees reach those milestones. We are also going to have at the September board meeting, we're going to honor approximately 4 employees with the most service for the Park District. So that's coming. We feel like employees that are here with 30 to 35 years of experience deserve a special call out, particularly by the board. So we will be doing that. The service awards will also be attended by the AGMs, who will also get to honor their staff. So this is really, it's different than what it was in the past with one event. We're doing 4 events in the park during the day. So employees can really attend on their time and show up and honor their employees. So we're really excited. There are the tentative dates and locations. So hopefully the board can RSVP to our email so we know you're going to be in attendance. And then another thing that we're doing is LEAF. We call it LEAF. It's the Leadership Essential Academy Fundamentals. We have our first cohort. We started this in February. We are having 10 sessions throughout the year. They're for chiefs, managers, and supervisors. We all get to attend at once. And the topics range from ADA accommodations to safety, to Public Records Act requests. So again, this is a joint effort by AGMs and divisions so that we can all train each other on what we do and so that we can really grow our own staff and give them the skills necessary for them to develop into supervisors should they choose, managers, AGMs, whatever they would like to do. So this is really a the first part of the training sessions that we're doing for staff. So now on to our challenges and our focuses.
And I'm back to talk a little bit more about our challenges and focuses around recruitment. Again, our number one goal is always to fill vacancies. And one of our goals is to maintain a vacancy rate below 10%. I think my HR colleagues would think that's a lofty goal, but at the Park District, very achievable. Some of our neighboring agencies are really suffering from vacancies hovering around 20%. The Park District's vacancy rate is about 11.5%. And that includes vacancies from recently added positions. In 2023, we had 44 position adds. So we get kind of at the beginning of the year, we get a bit of an artificial spike and it tapers as the year moves forward and we're able to fill those new positions. So with the 11.5%, I really feel like 10% is achievable, but it's a lot of work, especially when we have about a third of our workforce becoming eligible for retirement. We think about, the possibility of folks retiring, not just turnover, but actual retirements that are possible. So we're keeping up with these numbers pretty well. One of the big challenges is public safety hiring. I'm glad Chief Cranes came up here. I appreciate what he said about my staff being the heroes of that, that picture at the booth. I've got to call out Gabriela Baños, who is assigned to our public safety group for their hiring. She's the recruitment analyst assigned to public safety. She is really dedicated, been working really well together with public safety to address their vacancy issues and their needs. It's a huge challenge. I can't even begin to describe it. It's a national problem, but it's also a problem here at the Park District. Not just police officers. Police officers we have a lot of vacancies at the police officer position. I'm happy that we've got a lot of traction in hiring right now, but police dispatchers actually top the police officer challenge. So right now we're really looking to figure out creative ways to bring in more dispatchers. So I'm actually looking at everybody in this room. If you know anybody, please spread the word. Dispatcher is a fantastic career. And so one of the things that we're doing is increasing our visibility. A lot of folks don't even realize that our Park District has a police department and has public safety dispatchers. But we're also trying to increase our outreach at community events. Chief Cranes talked about National Night Out, having just a presence to get the word out that we exist and letting people know which opportunities are available to them to apply for. Actually, in the next week, we have a police dispatch information session that folks can attend, learn about what it means to be a dispatcher, learn about the application process, and learn about the career. So these are the types of things we're really working on to try to improve these numbers, particularly in public safety. And then as far as challenges in retention, I see the leadership development program separate from LEAF. Don't confuse it with our Leadership Essentials Academy, which is really about providing fundamental training for folks that are already supervisors and managers. We want to look towards 2024 at reinitiating our leadership development program, which is about developing future leaders in the Park District. And it really having a program that teaches core competencies and leadership and helps people who you may not even be in a leadership position, but you want to gain those competencies and you want to become a leader at the Park District. You want to climb that ladder. It's an investment in our future. It's an investment in developing our workforce and retaining really great employees. Oh, still me. So my second favorite thing to talk about is our technology expansion. I touched on it a little bit with our NeoGov software, but we're going to continue going forward with expanding our NeoGov modules. We have a lot of technological capabilities. It takes a lot of time and effort to be able to develop those out, including pre-boarding, onboarding, all that paperwork to fill out when you get started, as well as offboarding, which is really important for us in HR to learn about why people might be exiting and get that feedback and maybe address some of those issues so that we can retain folks. We're also, thank you to the support of the board for allowing us to expand our NeoGov software and include the eForms module, which is a module that'll help us automate certain HR workflows and provide us with some more tracking capabilities. We are also implementing, we got a lot going on. We're also implementing protected leave administration and tracking system. That implementation process is happening over about the next 4 months. So I'm excited to see the results of that and be able to iterate on that and improve our leave administration. And an ongoing effort to establish paperless personnel and benefit files, as well as last year was, I think, our first fully online open enrollment. And we had great feedback on that. So we're going to continue that process and also to continue to automate different benefits updates and enrollments so that folks don't have to be filling out paper and they can just go online and make those updates. All of this is going to free up our staff because one of the things that our staff does is a lot of manual processes. And if they are able to automate these things through technology, they have more time to get better internal customer service. So that's really our main overall goal coming up in 2024. Now we can hand it back over to Allison. Thank you.
And I'll be quick because I still want you to hear from Alma, who has a lot of work she's doing. So another focus and some challenges for HR is we have upcoming labor negotiations with AFSCME Local 2428. Those will start next year. As all of you know, it has been a personal priority of mine to establish sincere relationships with our labor partners, both with AFSCME and the Police Association. That includes, frequent communication, transparency, and just frank conversations with both unions. And I think it has really helped us to reach agreement, or at least an understanding of why we may disagree on an issue. So I want to thank both unions for being open to that. It really makes my job easier. And then the final thing, I won't go through all of the policies, but this is just a list of policies that we either need to update or create for the Park District. And every single one, except maybe a guideline, will involve our union. So it's really a partnership on creating these policies, which really help our employees. It set standards for our workforce so that they understand what the expectations are. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Alma.
Thank you, Allison. Good afternoon, President Waspy, members of the board, Alma Balmas, risk manager. I think risk has been a part of HR now for almost 4 months, but we've traditionally been in legal, but it's really nice to join a bigger team and really focus on the people side of risk. So today I'll really be focused on safety. One of our key highlights for 2023 was holding the Safety Academy. The last time we had a Safety Academy, which is a very large training for all of our field staff, was just when the pandemic hit. So we did 1 of 3 sessions, the shelter in place happened, and we haven't had in-person training to this magnitude in a really long time. We did 4 regional trainings, 1 at Big Break in Oakley, environmental graphics in Pleasanton. Here in the boardroom, we had a hybrid session catering to online employees as well as in person, and then also Brazil room. And so we ended up training about 350 staff over the course of those 4 events. And it was really exciting to see everyone in person. One thing that we did differently this year is we really enlisted our field staff and our experts in other divisions to be the subject matter experts delivering the content. And so it means a lot more and it feels a lot more relevant when you're hearing from your colleagues about things that they know in the field and are experts in. So stewardship was involved. We had training on rattlesnake handling. We did something on heat illness prevention, bloodborne pathogens, sharps and needles exposures from our shoreline unit folks in park operations. It was really nice to see. And so we had about 130 evaluations returned, which is exciting because they're really hard to get back, training evaluations. And we had about an 85% approval rating in terms of relevant and satisfied with the content. So that was really good. And that content in terms of the evaluations will inform how we approach next year. Part of what we're doing as well is the safety manual includes language, and it hasn't been updated in a while, about safety tours that are led by risk management. So it's risk management going out into the field, and doing a safety tour with the supervisor, as well as management, and inviting our labor partners along. And so it's really taking a 360-degree look at how they're operating their facility, if they are using the resources in terms of inspection checklists and looking at their tractor and inspecting the tractor before they use it, and making sure that they're maintaining their vehicles. All of it we look at, as well as larger policy issues that relate to safety. So we started this back in 2021 around this time, and we've done 55 work sites to date, and we are very excited to be completing all work sites by this fall, which is a total of 61. In addition to that, we're looking at the Injury and Illness Prevention Program. The safety manual has been around for some time, and it needs a refresh and an update to bring us to modern safety standards, and also thinking about how we best function in terms of safety and really looking at accident investigations, hazard assessments, and reinvigorating the charge of the Joint Labor Management Central Safety Committee, as well as the district-wide Accident Review Board. So we're hoping to have that IIPP revision ready to be noticed to the union probably early July. And then we'll bring it to Central Safety Committee as an informational item only, just so the CSC members know what we've been working on. Another 2023 key program update is we are transitioning from Athens administrators as the work comp third-party administrator to Sedgwick. And so this has been a really heavy lift. It means transitioning all of our claims, past, present, and future, to a new TPA. But what we're really excited about as of July 1, when we go live, is that currently we don't have an opportunity for clinical consultation. I think over the past 3 years, we've really pivoted to a new way to get telehealth services. And that's something that we don't have. If someone is injured in the workplace, we send them to OCMED, whether they need to or not. If they need care, they go in person. And a lot of that can be addressed and prevent work comp claims by having clinical consultation. So we'll have registered nurses available 24/7. They know that we are a 365 a year agency. And so they'll be at the ready in terms of fielding those calls from staff at any time or point in the day to help them through that. And that's expected based on their experience with other public agencies to reduce work comp claims by 30%. So we're really looking forward to that. If you go through clinical consultation, the registered nurse actually helps you set up all the paperwork you need for workers' comp. So it'll reduce the amount of paperwork supervisors or acting supervisors and managers are having to complete by doing all that intake and then submitting it to a risk. Instead, the registered nurse is set up to do all of that automation and log that paperwork. And so when you go through clinical consultation, that reduces paperwork by about 50 to 60%, which I know people are going to really love. So 2023, we had a few focuses for this year that we've had to pivot and focus to hopefully implement by 2024. We had plans for a biomechanics training and pilot program for field sites. And what this means is a lot of what we see in terms of workers' comp are either repetitive motion injuries, cumulative trauma, or strains that account for about 70% of what we see come through workers' comp. And so to really combat those types of injuries, we were looking to implement a biomechanics training so employees understand how the body works, that it isn't just picking up the paper clip or picking up the hammer that results in an injury. It's the stressors over time. We do know a vendor who can deliver this for us, and we have funding available through PRISM, our excess insurance authority, that we've saved in terms of loss control savings that we can use towards funding this pilot program. Our priority right now is focusing on safety updates that are Cal OSHA required and that we need to tend to first before we can implement some of these projects. But I know that Redwood, for example, they already do stretching every morning, and that's something that they've carried on through supervisor to supervisor. And so we're really excited to kind of replicate that and be a culture where they are focusing on stretching in the morning and other techniques that will allow them to do their work more safely when we can avoid repetitive motion. Another focus in 2024 is a driver safety program. We have over 400 vehicles in fleet. That's not just our service trucks, but it's also our passenger vehicles. And so focus for driver safety is making sure that we're all safe on the road, not just for ourselves, but for the members of the public who we interact with every day. And even those on the road who are strangers and we're on the highway. So the goal of that is to reduce vehicle accidents and related injuries and control our self-insured property claim costs. But it is going to take some thought in terms of how we implement it, making sure that employees have the training resources available. We have a lot of commercial drivers, Class A and Class B, and a part of that too is making sure that they don't lose that skill set. They might hold that requirement for their job and might only do it a couple times a year, but we need to make sure that they are getting hands-on training and opportunities for refreshers to not lose that skill. And then lastly, a focus for 2024 is the training matrix, with which Deputy General Manager Jim O'Connor knows that is a very key priority, is implementing a training matrix based on your classification. So if you're coming in as a park ranger, you have a full suite of safety trainings that you know you have to take, not just for your classification, but to make sure that we're in compliance with safety. It's aligned with essential functions of your job and is skills based. So we're working through that and hoping to implement soon with Rashida Washington on board as our new recruitment and training manager. We've been working closely on identifying trainings that we've already have in place to roll into this training matrix. And then hopefully we can implement early next year or sooner. With that, I'll hand it back over to Allison.
That concludes our presentation. I just want to thank the board for their commitment to HR. When I started, we were 17 with vacancies, and we're now over 26, which is with the addition of risk. So a growth of 50%. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Allison. And generally we'd have questions now, but we are 15 minutes past our day. Good night and thank you for everything. I guess that's not going to work. Any questions, comments? Member Corbett.
I don't have questions. I just want to say I'm very impressed by all of the work that is being done by all of you to take care of what's so necessary to make sure our employees are all taken care of. And I just want to say it's so nice that we have this opportunity that we don't get to hear about this all the time and haven't that much in the past years either. So thank you for the great work. And it's really good to know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Corbett.
Member Rosario.
Yeah, I too, just very impressive. I'm so glad that we've invested in HR, and the proof is in the pudding here. And just on your presentation is just it's amazing. I mean, the things that the union and employees have been fighting for many years are it's going to be there and implemented. So extremely happy. And then the amount of people that we've processed onboarded in just in a year, it's amazing. At 220 people, that's, couldn't do that with how it was before. And so in my view, our investment in HR is just it was well worth it, and look forward to seeing more and more improvements. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth.
Well, Allison, thank you and your team for really an incredible presentation. And I'm always just struck by, the level of thought and detail and precision and strategy in your department. And I really thank you for that. It's just been such a dramatic change over time. And I did also have one question for Alma. I was just interested in the various safety programs that you are doing, and sounds like there's a lot out in the field. What are you doing also at headquarters? And
we do, so for headquarters, we do safety inspections as well. We've done safety tours as well as safety inspections. We also are actually looking towards, and this is something we have to discuss, but we do have a very decentralized ergonomics program And so that's something that I've been working closely with Wancho and Toby in ASD is being thoughtful about even the equipment that we procure or the furniture we procure at PO North and here to ensure that we're addressing ergonomic needs ahead of time so we're not leading down the road into injuries and claims. So it's a little unique in that the Park District is primarily field-based, but we do have an in-office workforce that we need to think about and make sure that they're safe as well. And so we do that in a number of ways. We also have a safety portal where employees can submit any safety concerns, and that has been a real good repository to really field all of those inquiries. We get a lot from, not a lot, but we get some from Peralta Oaks where they have safety concerns, and we work really closely with Wancho Flores to address anything that might come up facility related.
And do we also do sort of broader safety drills here, like for, say fire, earthquake, active shooter, those kinds of things?
I completely forgot about that. So last summer we did a training for all Peralta Oaks staff on an emergency action plan. If it's a fire or an active attack or elevator entrapment, these are the steps that you take. A chemical spill, this is how you should respond. And so Wancho and I have teamed up to do that periodically as we onboard new Peralta Oaks staff to make sure that they're getting that same training. We also do periodic evacuation drills. So that's something that we restarted last year, and we had some great lessons learned. So when we do it again this year, we'll remember them and make sure that we are improving our process.
Yeah, I personally would be really interested in exploring having some of those drills when we're here too, because, I think we should be trained in case there's an emergency in the middle of a board meeting. We're here.
We'll
not all the time, but
as an
enough.
invitation for this year.
What's that? My fellow board members may not agree with me, but especially, especially, something like active shooter or something like that. I mean, that could very well happen when we're here. It's people are coming and going, and there's not that sort of, people are coming into the boardroom and not necessarily being escorted to an office or just down at reservations or whatever. So I think there's, I just think it's, given the world these days, it would be wise to really train the board on various scenarios as well.
Yes, thank you. We will take that into consideration, and
thank you.
Any other comments from board members?
The stretching program at Redwood belongs to Bridget Calvi.
Yes, she's a huge proponent, and she's been an advocate on stretching. And now that Matt McDonald's there, he's like, they got me stretching too. So it's something that's really valued, and I think would go a long way. And we really hope to implement the biomechanics training.
We should put that into our board meeting as well.
Yes. Every couple hours, stretch break.
Seeing no more hands or anything like that, I would just like to say I'm very impressed by everything that you guys do, as we all are. I would just like to thank you for listening a little bit, because, Rosaria and I have been racking on this apprenticeship program for years, and I think you're going to find incredible benefits from all the stuff we talk about: employee enhancement, making their jobs better, making people want to stay here. That's a direct line. And Janelle, I'll quote you in saying we've got internal talent, and we really have lots of it here. So hopefully we'll use that talent to promote and have wonderful, great jobs in the future. I love the fact that we're going to start doing performance evaluations again. I always thought that was a bedrock of just about everything. The leadership and employee development programs, I think, are going to be nothing but good quality stuff, and going to reap benefits for us that we never dreamed of, or maybe we could have dreamed of. And the safety academies are tremendous team building efforts, and just makes total sense. And I have to comment on the way this Park District works. I love the way everything works, and an excellent assign of topics and in order, because Janelle, when I saw you cough a little bit and choke a little bit, I saw nurturing people come with water. Had the public safety department been here, you would have been jumped on by a firefighter and a cop and given the Heimlich maneuver. God knows what would have happened, but I like the way it all works. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We will now, 23 minutes overtime, hit operations, our largest division in the department. So yeah,
Can we have a stretch break?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sabrina, can you cancel that plane flight this evening? Wow. Devastation.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Great. Here we go.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Gorgian. I'm the Assistant General Manager of Operations Division. And this is going to be a very brief and high level state of the Operations Division. And it has three themes that you're going to be seeing throughout: trails, storm damage, and staff responsiveness, and just overall staffing. So the themes you've been hearing all afternoon. Operations is made up of 5 different departments. We have 541 budgeted FTEs. We just received 25.89 FTE in 2023. So thank you to the board. We're growing. We continue to grow. And those positions really make a big difference. And I'll talk a little bit more about that moving forward. But I did just want to highlight, we have what I would consider front of the house and back of the house. So I would say park operations. We often talk about park operations. We're a park district, park operations. Well, the division is operations. Within operations division, we have a department that's park operations. And I would say they're front of the house. We have interpretation and recreation, they're front of the house. So those two groups, they really have the most visitor contact. They're welcoming, they're who our community interacts with in the parks every day. Then we have maintenance and skilled trades. We affectionately call them MAST. They're like our public works department. And we have business services. And I'll talk a little bit more about their interaction, but those are really back of the house. So they're not, you have to be very intentional to be working with business services, with reservations or concessionaires, or in maintenance and skilled trades. That's really mostly internal staff. So we heard some of the other departments talk about being internal services. That's really MAST. And then, of course, we have the administration department. That's where the AGM sits. And we're really overseeing the division as a whole, making sure we're coordinated amongst the departments and across the division, and really looking at the budget, the direction, making sure we're carrying out what the board's direction is. I do want to point out, within all of these departments, we have the glue that I would say holds everybody together, which are our admin staff. So, you think about park rangers, you think about naturalists, you think about trades. All of these departments have exceptional analysts and admins that keep us moving. And so we don't, you don't usually see an admin staff in our presentation. So I just really wanted to highlight them. I just, they're pretty exceptional. Okay, we're moving along. So we're going to start with park operations. You're going to see a series of maps that were provided by our another exceptional group, GIS. I like maps because I think they really help visually share the information about where the work is happening. So some key issues in park operations are storm damage. We've heard a lot about that. The thing to think about storm damage is it's really caused us to refocus our efforts and to address storm damage, and in turn, really defer other things that we had been planning to work on. Vegetation and fuels management. There's been a lot of rain, which means there's a lot of vegetation. So we we're having to duplicate a lot of our mowing. The ground is wet, so we're not able to mow where we would normally want to mow. And also just in terms of how we take care of our vegetation, that's an opportunity for us to really look at our practices this year or, in the future and really understand if there are better ways or different ways, given the different changes in climate about how we're managing our fuels and vegetation. Right sizing park staff and equipment. So we've in the past heard that we operate with a minimal staffing model. We know that there is no down season in parks anymore. Parks are year round. Everybody loves parks. And so that's part of our shift with these new FTEs, these portions of it, is to switch seasonal to year round staff to full-time staff. We're also looking at right sizing our equipment. Not everybody needs a 4-wheel drive truck. There are times when we may want to have an electric ATV to do the work, or one of these green climbers, remote control. So there's different ways that we can be looking at how we do the work that we do. I want to talk about geographic units. This map in front of you is not laid out geographically. This is our current operational unit organization. And so you can see some of them are geographic, kind of, shoreline, maybe. But this is an area where there's some opportunity to really reduce screen time, drive windshield time, and increase time for managers and supervisors to work with their staff and really have that time and to really have that time so that we're not wasting time. I guess I'll just leave it at that. And then also from a carbon perspective. Okay. Trainings. Really quick. Administrative functions. I talked about our admin staff. I bit about that from the general manager's office and also from finance. And we appreciate their support. We run a lot of contracts. The work that we do is very complex, and our contracting methods right now could really benefit from some efficiencies. And so that's something that we're looking at. That's a theme that continues to come up. Who wants to go home?
Colin, we lost our connection. We're just trying to reconnect here. It's overheated.
Sarah, is everything okay on YouTube? We just lost. No, I know. Oh, Stacy's okay. Okay. It's back. And Sarah, are we still streaming? Is everybody up? Let's see. Okay, Director Eccles. Oh, hold on. That's me. I just don't see you yet.
Okay, so I'll just continue. The last bullet is trainings. We've heard a lot about trainings through the other divisions that have gone before. And so I just echo workforce development, safety, and leadership, and just really investing in our staff. And that goes again for all of the departments. So our interpretation and recreation department want to show some information about the programs that we have been providing, and the programs really fall into kind of three areas. I've put them two here. So there's our school group work that we do. There's just the general public. Those are programs that are advertised through our Region in Nature. Sorry, Deborah. And then more focused outreach programs. I show some information about Parks Transportation. We are lucky to be funded by the Regional Park Foundation for a lot of our transportation needs. Where we run into challenges is finding buses. So we often have to, we can't find buses to connect to the school groups who want to be coming into the parks. And so I just want to flag that. That's a challenge that we're having. And then also for volunteers, we did receive 2 new positions to help assist the volunteer services program. And that's been huge. The coastal cleanup was the first in-person volunteer event we had last fall. So even just last fall, you can see we have pretty big numbers. The responsiveness of the volunteers team for staff in general, all of our staff, but volunteer services I want to highlight here, has been very quick to respond to support the Briones pilot project with dig days. And so, we have traditional volunteer projects that come out of the parks, but then also for these special initiatives the district's doing, they've been really critical. Finally, we do have a demographic study that's underway. And so we're working with San Francisco State. That's an initiative that has begun. And so we'll be coming later in the fall with more information and continuing to come. That's really looking at how how we're collecting information about who we're serving, and then evaluating that, and then helping us understand different ways or other ways that we can really align how we decide to do our work and who we're working with to make sure that we're equitably addressing the community needs. So to really help us make better decisions. Not that they're bad now, but always improve. Okay. This is a map with for our maintenance and skilled trades. We heard Allison talk about the new employee orientation. So I show this slide and I say, these in red are the corporation yards. You need to know where these are because this is where you get gas when you're driving. Corporation yards are also where our mass staff are typically located. So we talk a lot about corporation yards and service yards. Corporation yards, again, are where we go to get gas. They're where our trades are. They're where our mechanics are, where you go to get your vehicles fixed. We have 2 that are in our existing parks, so Lake Chabot and Tilden. And then we have one site in a leased facility out in Pacheco. So that's not a long-term location, but it's there now, and we're looking at relocating that to Thurgood Marshall. And then just skipping down a little bit, we are looking at opportunities for another corporation yard. Just going back up, key issues for this department is, and again, thinking about this department as our public works department, we have a lot of new regulatory requirements that we have to adhere to and meet. And so really what that means is more time, more complexity, more barriers. So these are challenges and issues that we're always trying to address. And we do that in partnership with stewardship, with legal, with throughout the district. So it's not, we're lucky to not have to solve it by ourselves, but it does affect the work. We are looking at ways that we can continue to have better information in how we do our work. So we're bringing on a computerized maintenance management system, maintenance management system, computerized permit tracking, and fleet software. So better data informed decision-making, transparency, accountability, and prioritization. We have been doing a lot of work with roads and trails, especially with regard to the storm damage. I'm skipping the corp yards because I already talked about that. And thank you again for the FTEs. So we're continuing to build capacity so that we can be addressing trail maintenance in-house and all things trails. Getting back to Jim. Thank you, Jim. And fleet greening and right sizing. So again, I talked a little bit about this on the ops slide about really right sizing our fleet and greening our fleet. One of the challenges with this is buying vehicles. So apparently everybody's greening their fleets. And so these vehicles that we want to purchase, we come to the board, we say, will you authorize this contract? We go back to buy it. These vehicles are gone. They've been sold. So really, this is getting back to the contracting initiative that the general manager's office and finance mentioned is how can we put some measures in place to help us be more nimble. And again, just thinking about contracting with blanket purchase agreements and it is an initiative throughout all of the departments within ops, but we run a lot of contracts through maintenance, through the MAST department in particular. And then finally, the recycling and solid waste. That's an initiative that's been going on for a while to really bring 3 stream receptacles into our parks. So that's ongoing. Okay, so now this is another, I said back of the house. This is like back of the house. I wanted to show you a map. This map shows our concessions. So those are in blue, and our special use agreements. Those are in orange. And really, I think it's important to understand how much is going on in our parks beyond just our regular visitors. So all of these take up staff time and capacity in terms of managing these contracts. And in particular with our concessions, we're facing concessions that have been around for a long time. So it's aging infrastructure. And this year in particular fell victim to a lot of storm damage. So that's an issue that we're really facing. You can see though that we continue to process a lot of reservations and special events. And this is a photo from the Bridgeyard building, just to highlight that there is really cool stuff also happening in the concessions. So just want to show that. Also with business services, I did want to highlight, this is another one that I show at new employee orientation to just let folks know that we do have an employee security residence program. Here, I want you to, those are the ones that are where are they? Those are the ones that are in purple. They're kind of hard to see. The point here is some parks have like 3 or 4 residences in them. Some parks don't have any. Some have concessions, residents where the concession is a residence. Sometimes we have just caretakers. And then sometimes we have sites where we've acquired property and we have a lease back. So somebody's there. Again, a lot of these residences are aging. When we purchase new land acquisition, they'll come with a structure on it. And we think, oh, it should be a residence. Really not evaluating that in some cases that residence was built before it was permitted to be there and things have changed. And so there's some challenges. So just wanted to highlight that. Okay. We're on a home stretch. So we just have 2 slides left. So I wanted to talk about service yards a little bit. We'd heard about moving ahead with Point Pinole Service Yard. That's great news. What you can see here is the distribution of the service yards. They are in really different conditions. It's like some were purpose-built, like the East Contra Costa Trails Service Yard, which is lovely. And then some were built to be schoolhouses, like the MLK Shoreline. And it's, they're just really disparate, and they're used for more than just operations as the service yards. So, in many cases, we have public safety coming through there. We've got ASD staff coming through there. We've got multiple departments within operations coming in and out. And so I think it's really worth looking this for how we can have good conditions for our staff to be able to do their work. And so I just wanted to highlight that as a key issue. So in closing, I would just say that this is an incredible division. I've only been here 4.5 months. I have not met everybody. But the folks that I have met have been so smart, mission driven, just really awesome. And so, and I have the management staff here today, which I didn't thank them at the beginning. So I'm just going to thank them now because they're rock stars. And anyway, I just want to say that. And I wanted to say, these themes, they really resonate with everybody you've heard today. Safety is our top priority. So we're really looking at trainings. We're also looking at professional development for workforce development, retention, really bringing people up. Like we need to be succession planning. And then there's some basic process efficiencies that we think that will be helpful, again, across the district. Capacity and work and prioritization, there is so much work to do. And so just really thinking about how we prioritize that. And cross-division communication is another theme. We heard a little bit about it from public safety. Well, the operations division does meet quarterly with public safety. We probably could do more. And we certainly have ongoing meetings with stewardship, with ASD. So, but again, communication within the division, but then across the district as well. That's another theme. So with that, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Excuse me. Any questions, comments? None. Okay, good night. John, excuse me.
There's a lot I could say, but first is thank you, and thank you for all the work that's done by your folks. Like you say, this one is heavily focused toward the public, and they see what's going on, and I'm sure I know they appreciate it. But I especially want to focus on the use of maps. Was very good in this one. Yeah. Your choice of which ones to use, and then the production of them was very good. I have a really good understanding of how things are laid out now that I did not have before. Just the distinction between a corporation yard and a service yard I kind of see that now. But I especially like the one, and thank God we're making the change, but the operational units, the colors, just showing how they're all over the place, and it's kind of an idea that sort of makes sense academically, I guess, to set it up that way. I can see why it was done. But then in a changing world of traffic and congestion, maybe it doesn't work as much anymore. So I think it's a great idea to be making those changes to geographically set them up. So anyway, again, thanks for all the work being done. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I having come from operations, I always appreciate everything that's done in that division. I'm really looking forward to seeing what your new reorg is going to look like. For me, I would have considered possibly splitting the district in half by county, but I'm still be interested in seeing how it was, because that's how Dennis and I both grew up in geographic areas, and they worked. I thought they worked quite well, because when it came to sharing personnel, equipment, and like said that your unit manager was there more.
Yeah.
So easy to bounce things off of. So no, you have a big division, and I think you're starting to get a grasp of the complexity and the size, and I think you're doing very well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where everything goes, and of course the people on the ground are just amazing. And you were right to call out the SOAs for their work. Without them, those unit managers and park supervisors would be lost, or they'd be stuck behind their computers. But thank you for all the work. I'm looking forward to really seeing this division play out under your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Corbett.
Absolutely agree. And thank you for your interest in doing all kinds of changes, even in improving operations, which, as we all know, operations is a very important part of what goes on. So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Olivia.
Yeah, that was a great overview. And I know I really enjoyed being on the operations committee for the board as well. And so it's great to see this, higher level overview of the division. I think one thought that I have in regards to this is, and this may be a question for Jim, actually, when we did thinking a lot about this master plan process, when we did the previous master plan, was there an effort to talk to some of our, the staff that interacts with the visitors most often to hear their perspective in terms of some of the, questions and insights that they might receive from the public as part of that master plan process?
So I was here for that master plan process, and I don't remember a specific staff outreach process, but I know that Brian is thinking about that. And I think it is important because they hear from our customers every day. And so I think that's a really smart move for us to get that staff perspective on.
Yeah, and I'll just chime in. I obviously wasn't here for that process, but it's something I've been asking since I walked in, and I've heard different perspectives on how involved staff was in that process. Regardless of how it was in the past, it is something that Brian and Ken and I have already talked about, which is staff. Every member of our staff will be involved moving forward.
Okay, good. All right, that's helpful to hear. Yeah, I don't really have so many comments except that it was a really great overview, and thank you so much for all of your help as I've been getting started in this role, and I'm excited to continue to work with you on the operations committee.
Okay. Well, Lisa, thank you so much for your presentation. Really covered a lot of ground, high level. So appreciate that. And and you really hit the ground running. I appreciate what you've brought to operations, and you had insight from previous experience before the district, but then also having worked in ASD and been a chief over there. It's just, I think it's great experience to bring. I particularly, a couple of things jumped out at me in your presentation. One of them was a focus on communication. And I just want to underscore that because I think it's really incredibly important. I mean, you've said you have such, and I know you've got such amazing staff there. And I think it's important for information to really flow up and down, as well as you said, sideways. And so thank you for that. Also the focus on safety, of course, that's something we always need to be concerned about. And I just have to second this so-called geographic units. I know you said they weren't geographic, but I trust you to reorganize in a way that makes sense. I mean, certainly the labels that are there now don't make sense. What jumped out at me is you've got most of, Tilden and Wildcat and I guess all the way across the hills as parkland units. But then you've got some other parks, I think they were called like interpretive or something like that. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What about all that interpretive stuff going on in Tilden and other places? And So yeah, no, so that's great. Thank you for the maps because it really, it was very interesting and very informative. And as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words or however many it is, but great. Well, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Colin doesn't have his hand up, so I will say thank you very much. Having spent my life in the operations division, I have a lot of questions. So I agree, the geographical units, I think makes total sense, and hopefully we can get that done really quick. You mentioned a few things. Land bank acreage, you mentioned how much land bank acreage do we have totally?
I don't know.
Okay.
A lot.
Yeah.
No, we can get back to you. I don't know, but that is a big thing. I mean, that is a lot.
And I note that I'm not,
Yeah.
I like the fact that Brian in his presentation said we're 5,200 less than we were last year with Tyler Ranch and Robertson
Right.
Ranch. So I'm glad we're working towards that. You mentioned we can't get any buses.
Well, I said we did get a lot of buses.
Okay.
We didn't get all the buses that we wanted to get.
That's
Yeah.
my point. And everybody thought I was crazy 3 years ago when I said, why don't we buy some buses and get some bus drivers? And I understand the liability would be incredible, but we do crazy, weird stuff liability wise all the time. And
we do.
We could easily get bus. Oh, of course. We got we do dangerous recreation and we promote it. It's part of the deal. Do I have a shovel so I can dig a little deeper here? And my point is, I think we could really benefit the people we can claim we want to benefit. We've got beautiful parks and our problem is we can't get anybody in the park, or it seems that's the way I define it. So let's hire some bus drivers. Let's get a bus. We've got excellent shops that service large vehicles all the time. We've got skilled people that drive heavy equipment, and they could easily be bus drivers, or we could hire bus drivers, and then we wouldn't have to depend upon these other agencies that don't seem to be able to perform. So let's do it ourselves. Just a thought. And also we talked about, and then, we can't, the Green Fleet, I'm always a big promoter of the Green Fleet. We are having problems now. And you mentioned it's hard to buy green vehicles because everybody's doing it. We have always said or suggested that, we don't want to buy, we can buy a Prius or something because you can, muddle around in city traffic, it works, but possibly it wouldn't work for carrying heavy equipment to be a park ranger type work. Why don't we lease vehicles? And then we could test it out, see if they work. If they don't work, we'll give them back in 3 years and say it didn't work. If they work, we'll get on the deal to buy them. I agree with Director Rosario. I think one of the great benefits of that parks close together as units, you get to share work. And I think it's a great benefit for the people that work. I mean, I always liked going to another park to help people work. We do that at Del Val when it floods all the time. I think you get people working together. You get people learning about how their experiences and different experiences. I think it's very valuable. And I don't know if we evaluate that, but how that works or how it worked together, everybody going out to Del Val and putting in some time, I think it's very valuable. Also, just a note, we have a number of people have come to us saying that, suggesting that, somebody this morning suggested that at Mission Peak, there were the rattlesnakes and mowing, things like that. I was wondering, do we have park operating guidelines? I know we used to 100 years ago, but, something that would be on a schedule of what happens in a park, an individual park. So some parks that have rattlesnakes in them. Maybe we need to mow the trails in March, or do fire breaks in April, or things like that. I'm just wondering if we would ever consider doing park operating guidelines again.
Yeah. So I'm new. I think that we have them. I'm not sure. I think that's one of the efforts that's internally on our strategic plan. So for the operations division. So I think they need to be updated. But I think certainly what you're suggesting makes a lot of sense, and I've heard that already, that's something. So thank you for highlighting that.
All right. Well, thank you.
Can I just,
sorry. Pardon.
oh, sorry.
I just wanted to respond to Dr. Waspie's issue about the buses. The Oakland Zoo has a bus. They can't find a driver. And and AC Transit, all the transit companies can't find any drivers. And same with the private companies, they can't find any drivers. So there you go.
I was going to just say this offline, but since we're all talking about the buses, I do have a suggestion. So if some of these are for school groups and trying to get schools to up to the parks and visit, a lot of school districts allow teachers with a small grant to hire a school bus for the day. And because they're not using them during the middle of the day. So I don't know if that's something that we've explored. So they would be doing the driving, the foundation, or someone could just, provide the money. But that's one way to get kids up there with a bus and a driver.
Yeah.
Maybe
thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The one other thing you mentioned, several of you mentioned the map, the geographic map. And so I did want to highlight, I forgot to mention, you can see the trails, the regional trails on those. And so if you're looking later, you see those trails, and sort of see how many trails we maintain and where they are. And just the level of effort is huge with those trails. So did want to put in a plug for trails for Brian, if he's still listening, or Sean.
We're moving now towards what's called the recap, review, and wrap up. Who's going to wrap that one?
I can do a 10-second version of it. So just thank you to all the AGMs and all of their staff. A tremendous amount of work, as you guys can imagine, for them to try to take the huge volume of what they do and try to boil it down into what the assignment, which was 8 slides in 10 minutes, knowing that it would go way over. But just as you can see here, so much that's going on. I hope this was informative for the board. There's a lot of follow-up that we've taken note of, and certainly look forward to our next session at the end of next month. That's it.
Great. Director Coffey, you have something.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the staff who put in a tremendous effort, not only on the presentation, but on the update we had in the board packet on our board priorities, or what the GM's now calling interests. I think more accurately, that is a live document that's been handy on my desk for the past year. I know Claire put a lot of work into it. It's a tremendous effort and very helpful to let us know whenever we need to, by quick reference, as to where we are or where we're not on all these interests we have as individual board members. Just wanted to express a lot of appreciation for the work that went into that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my comments are, I just think this is very productive and a really, really good meeting today. And thank you all for your efforts and work. Any other board comments? Hearing none. 3:12. We are adjourned.